On, broadcast on, podium on. All right, going to call this meeting to order. That's awesome. Let's see. We will eventually do something. Hold on. As soon as one of my things works. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, who's starting off tonight? I left my annotated agenda in the other room.
Smith.
Councilmember Smith. Okay, there we go. So I've called to order. Roll call, please. And then we'll go right into the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. That'll be led by Councilmember Smith. While I go get that.
Councilmember
Here.
Smith. Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Here. Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes is absent. Councilmember Todd. Here. Councilmember Saper.
Here.
Councilmember McGrone. Here.
I'll do a lot of exercising. Let's see. Pledge of Allegiance done. I'm going to pull item 25 from the agenda. We need to do some technical corrections on that. And for reference, that is the River Forest Park lot consolidation plat. Correct? I'm waiting for a double head nod from, everyone else is head nodding. There we go. So we are pulling number 25. With that, I will take a motion to approve the rest of the agenda.
Move to approve the amended agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item is comments from the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak this evening, please step up to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. George Schluter, 800 East 23rd Avenue. There's three items on your agenda tonight that I have some concerns with. The first one is about the Howell Street shared bike use. That plan only encompasses from 32nd to Clark Ferguson Drive, and doing it between Clark Ferguson Drive and Armour is going to bring many more challenges to it, and I think you all ought to be looking at the whole package rather than just a piece of it at a time. I also noticed you're talking about the zoning code. My wife and I are opposed to the idea of tearing down the Presbyterian Church and two houses to put in a parking lot for the school district. Just want to go on record for that. And number three, Caboose Park, we're again opposed to the idea of the city selling that for some development. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comments? Good evening.
Liz Ryan on 2417 Erie. I'm calling you concerning about North Holmes. As you're going up North Holmes, the drainage ditch on the left is full of trees, debris, and everything. And I'm really concerned if that's going to be blocking it. If you've been down it, it's just really filled up. And I know that you probably can't do anything about it, but I want to express my concern because I think that could set us up for some flooding. That's all I have.
Thank you. Further public comments? Good evening.
Mayor and Council, I'm David Johnson. My business is at 104 Armour. Here to talk to you about number 27. I'm the developer he's talking about. I'll be glad to talk to him and leave my card on the way out. Bought the property a year ago. I really want to develop that. I really want to spend $30–40 million on park lofts. And I've been meeting with some of you one-off, city staff, and others, and I haven't got anywhere. So I'm kind of frustrated because I think I have a great track record. I've never asked the city for anything. Look what I've done in this city. I've taken the empty car dealership and turned it into Max's. Took an empty motorcycle dealership and created Verimour. Tore down the warehouse, created Chicken and Pickle. I own the Restless Spirits building and have been filling it up. I developed the backyard apartments. I'm doing 23rd and Swift. All I've done is brought quality development here And I'm asking you guys to help me now I tell everybody, that's the ugliest building in North Kansas City, the Park Loss. I want to gussy that up. I want to use the parking lot. I want to do some development on it. I prefer not to spend $20 or $30 million and have it looked down on an overgrown lot with a boarded up caboose. That's what we have today. And I'd like to talk to any citizen or anybody. We have a great park across the street to do stuff. The only person that uses that is Park Law people as a dog park now. So my thing of let me do something to develop that seems to me that is something we should have done immediately. I know I like all the people here. I've worked with them and so forth for many, many years. Tom Barzee and I go way back on many deals. So I know there's a bunch of things, and so often when I talk to people, it's like, I'll talk to Jesse, and he's worried about this, councilman's worried about that, or the mayor's worried about this, or we got to do an RFP, we've got to do this or that. You guys are all here, and I'd like to get all talk when 27 comes up and say, how can we empower this guy that's done nothing but positive for North Kansas City, lives and breathes North Kansas City? How can we empower him to go spend $20, $30 million on our front door over there? I've offered, most people didn't like it, I offered to swap the hard corner I owned at Burlington and Armour, 0.3 acres. This is 1 acre across the street. I think it's undevelopable for anybody but Park Loss with setbacks and so forth. I've offered to swap it. I've offered to pay fair market value for it. I'm happy if you have to RFP it, if you feel as custodians of this city, you got to do that, let's go do it. But it should be a layup. I will do something really special there. Let's remember, North Kansas City is an opportunity zone. That is a big benefit, and that goes away in 2026. I have a lot of funds set aside because I sold a lot of my real estate to do zone things. That's why I'm doing 23rd Swift. I want to do something, sit down, I've sat down with the staff, get a committee, get anybody. Let's do something special over there. I want to go spend a lot of money. I will utilize that tax benefit to allow me to do it, but I could do something special for the city. But I need you guys to help me to get going on it. So I appreciate everybody has great thoughts about it, so forth, but we'll sit down, we'll develop something that works for everybody. I've already met with the YMCA, I've already met with city staff once or twice. I want to do something special there. I ask you to help me do that. Checking my notes. If you don't mind, I'll stay inside my 5 minutes. I think that's it, unless any of you have comments.
No, thank you. Well, okay, okay.
Hey there, I'm Zach Clevenger, 1028 East 24th Avenue. Wanted to talk about a couple of things. First of all, item 14 about Howell Street, item 12. I'm all about protecting pedestrians and bicyclists because I am one. I just want you to be very careful about, I haven't read through the whole plan, so it does talk about maybe losing some parking. I know that angle parking over there on Howell by Mackin is used a lot during the weekends and things, and that would cause maybe a major issue. You got to look at, how much it's going to cost and what kind of benefit it's going to give us. So just be careful on that and just, take it slow. No need to rush into it. Also on item 27, love the green space, but, if you are going to develop it, I would recommend that you at least look at a developer that's local like Mr. Johnson, because, they've got a track record and somebody that actually cares about the city instead of somebody just coming in and trying to make a buck. So that's it. Thank you.
Further public comments? Seeing none, then we will move on to ceremonial matters. There's one, a proclamation for Ellie Snyder, which we addressed at the last meeting, and a proclamation for annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. I told him I was going to make them both get up and take a photo, but I figured that wouldn't go very well. So thank you, Crystal Doss, for all the work you do, and you have Mallory Brown in back working the video camera tonight as well. So thank you to our municipal clerks. And that's all I'll make of that one. They'll move on to number 8. Yeah, I'll let you read
Number 8, Stormwater Master Plan Update.
Until I take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As most of you are aware, the Public Works Department has been taking a very close look over the last few years at our underground infrastructure in the city. We currently have 3 studies underway, one for the water distribution system, one for the sanitary sewer system, and one for the stormwater system. To address the challenges with the stormwater system, the city contracted with local engineering firm Olson to develop a comprehensive study. Tonight, we have with us Brad Schleter with Olson, who is the lead engineer in crafting this plan. The insight gained from this comprehensive study is going to help guide maintenance, operations, development, and capital projects for many years. And it also takes a very hard look at the financing for accomplishing these goals. So tonight, we look forward to sharing the efforts of this study in detail and discussion and engaging in discussion on them. So now, with your permission, I'd like to hand it over to Brad with Olson.
Great. Is this working? There we go. Is that working now? All right. Well, good evening. Oh, there goes the mayor. Members of the council. Brad Schleter with Olson, as Anthony said. I served as the project manager for this Stormwater Master Plan and look forward to sharing with you the highlights of the plan and some key elements. So we'll cover a lot of ground tonight. There is a lot of pieces to the Stormwater Master Plan, so we'll go through those in some detail. Hope to cover goals of the master plan, some background information that I think helps set the stage a bit for your stormwater system. We'll spend most of the time on the plan highlights, so going through each of the sections or subsections of the plan with a little bit of detail, and then some next steps kind of at the end. That'll wrap us up. So in the RFQ that came out from the city, you had a pretty broad list of goals that you wanted to meet with this stormwater master plan, including, I won't go through each of the goals, but just to summarize, the highlights would be engagement of public businesses and city staff, assessing your stormwater system, so looking at available information, doing some field assessments and some level of analysis, identifying maintenance practices, and recommendations for maintenance of your system, developing a prioritized list of capital improvement program projects, so CIP projects, that'll help guide some direction for the larger projects to come in your future for the benefit of your system, looking at development or redevelopment standards, and then looking at funding opportunities, as Anthony mentioned. So a lot of goals, so the plan covers a lot of ground in that regard. To provide some background for you, information that you may or may not already know, so this is kind of basic information on the stormwater side about North Kansas City. The city is in a unique location, surrounded on most sides by levee. The Missouri River winds around west, south, and east ends of North Kansas City. There is a federal levee, as you know, that surrounds the area, including North Kansas City. And then there's the hillside levee that covers the north side of the city from drainage coming from the hillside. So, yeah, levees all around, and then discharges coming through in several locations to the Missouri River or to Rock Creek to the east. The FEMA floodplain, this is the FEMA floodplain map, one of the figures from the master plan. You can see most of the city has that tan hatching, which is a levee, which is a FEMA designation for areas that are protected by a levee. They still have a flood hatching there, but that's to indicate that there's a levee that protects the city. That blue and red hatching is on the river side of the levee, so that's the area that floods. And then you'll notice on the north side of the city by Mackin Park and the development, the residential areas to the south, that is a different designation for shallow flooding. So that's the overtopping part of the hillside levee. So that came from some analysis that was performed to indicate if there is a major rain event, where that water is going to go if it overtops the hillside levee, and that's the spot right there. Next slide is you'll see on this figure, maybe a little bit hard to see, but there's some green lines on there. Those represent the larger diameter storm sewer pipes. So many more pipes than these in the city. These are the large ones. So we've characterized them in the master plan as your trunk or large storm sewer system. And you can see many parallel lines that run from north to the south through the commercial and industrial areas of the city. And then lines there's the 26th Avenue line that runs from east to west and discharges out the west side of the city. So a network of storm pipes that discharge through the levee. Just to speak a little bit about sewer capacity, again, one of the unique elements of North Kansas City is it's relatively flat all around. So if the city topography is flat, it means the pipes are going to be flat too. So we do have some large diameter pipes. Generally speaking, this is meant to be kind of a generalized figure about how pipes work, that when you have steeper pipe grades, you generally have higher capacity, velocities moving through those pipes are greater, and you don't have as much ponding on the upstream end of the pipe. It's kind of intuitive. When you flatten that pipe, it's the same size pipe, same kind of material. You don't have as much capacity, the velocities are lower, and they have a tendency to pond a little bit more on the upper end of the pipe. So just put that in there as a kind of a representation. You're going to be on the flatter pipe side, so you'll see that the little blue puddle above the pipe. That's just meant to represent, generally speaking, even though you have large diameter pipes, they have a tendency to pond more on the upstream side because they can't force as much water through into the pipes and out of the system. Just want to speak briefly to the kind of at a high level. I mentioned those large diameter trunk storm sewer pipes. Those all discharge through the levee, and they all discharge through or next to stormwater pump stations. So the stormwater pump stations are there. You can see there's 6 stations in 4 separate locations. So there's 2 of those locations that actually have 2 pump stations that operate in tandem. But 26th Avenue, Atlantic, Erie, and Burlington are together. Lynn, Jasper, and Howell are together, and then Rock Creek on the east side of the city. The stormwater pump stations function really effectively only when the river's high, and the gates on those large diameter gravity pipes that normally drain through the levee and either out to the river or into Rock Creek. There's gates on those because we don't want, when the river's flooding, we don't want water to back up into the pipes and flood the city. So they put the gates down, and then they would turn the pumps on to evacuate the water that's behind the gates. So if there is a rain event that happens when those gates are closed, the pumps operate and pump the flow up and over the levee. This is another diagram from the master plan, just to give you at least some idea of how that kind of a system can work. So you'll see there's the levee, there's a giant tall structure there, that's where the gate is. So the gate's either up in normal conditions or closed in flood conditions. And then Behind the levee, there's a pump station that's represented by a little, I guess you can't see my cursor, can you? It's only on my screen. Behind the levee, and the water is
Oh, there.
pumped out of there through the pump station.
Councilmember Smith.
Obviously, this is from the city of Carver, not here, but
Yep.
do ours discharge at the 100-year level as well, or is it higher than that? Do we know?
I don't think, so we were actually talking about this the other day. They don't actually discharge at a high elevation, so they discharge lower.
Oh.
All that means is they're just pushing against
The river that's there.
the river that's there. It doesn't, it changed the functions of the pump, but that's how they're designed. And as long as they're continuing to operate, water's not gonna come back through those pipes, just
Right.
like it won't come through the pipes where the gates are closed.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay, we'll switch gears. There was some quick background. So now we'll go to elements of the plan. So this gets at a whole list of those goals. We'll start with public engagement. This was an early step in the master plan process where we wanted to make sure that, you all wanted to make sure that residents and businesses had a place to speak into the plan as it was developing, to provide feedback. So we did several things in regards to public engagement. We did a flood questionnaire that was sent out. It was in the newsletter. There was social media postings. I think it was available in hard copy at City Hall and maybe some other places to allow people to provide information that they knew about flooding that was happening in the city, and maybe that affected them or it affected them as they're driving around. We also had 3 separate public meetings, so this is one of the flyers from those, if you recall. We did 2 for the business community to invite them in, and then we had 1 for residents as well. Not a great turnout at those meetings, nor did we get a great feedback on the questionnaire, to be honest. We gave it a shot, but didn't get a whole lot of feedback. And then in addition to those elements, we had some meetings with some key stakeholders. So we met with the Business Council. That was actually before we had those public meetings with businesses, and then a couple meetings with the North Kansas City Levee District as well. So they were important just to make connections, and particularly the Levee District to just talk through some history, talk through what was in the plan and some recommendations. So that was public engagement. We went through, again, on the front end of the plan, a data collection effort to, we did some, a minimal, I would say minimal, given the budget that we had to work with, some minimal pipe and structure inspections. This was mainly done to give us a sense of the condition of the system and help us provide recommendations for the maintenance of your system. So we did kind of some inspections of a variety of different types of structures and different areas in the city to come up with some data to be able to then, we'll get to that in a minute when we talk about the operation and maintenance. But so some field inspections. We also did visits to your stormwater pump stations. So we went to each of the stations. This, on the screen here, this is one of the reports that came from that. Those are in the appendix of the report. Basically just, we took photos, documented the current configurations within those stormwater pump stations. It wasn't an inspection per se because that's a much more detailed process going in and testing and inspecting. This was more observational, just to give us a sense of how the systems function and look at the drawings that you have for those pump stations and then be able to comment on those.
Councilmember Saper.
Does the Corps of Engineers do that for the pump stations, the inspections?
The inspections?
Yeah.
I think they do some inspections on a periodic basis, and then the city's responsible for doing more regular inspections.
Thank
And
you.
I'll talk about that a little bit too in the operation and maintenance part. We used some the GIS data that the city has on your system, so that was kind of a base for us as we went through our analysis. And then one of the other elements I see on here, I say stormwater issue areas. We did have just a sit-down meeting with Anthony, John Sponsler, and Terry Moss to go through what are the known issues, and we tried to document those in the plan. So if you went through it, you'll see, I think we have them listed out, and then there's probably a figure that identifies some of the known flooding areas. So, summary of data collection. The system assessment portion of the plan included a lot of different parts. So this slide here, the little table, is representing a desktop risk assessment. This is meant to be on the very front end of the operation and maintenance plan to indicate what types of pipes should be inspected first. That was one of the things that Anthony was wanting to know is where do we even begin? We know that doing pipe inspections would be important, but where do we start? So this tool helps prioritize a bit, generally looking at larger diameters, pipe materials that are less desirable and more prone to failure, when something fails, what it affects. So if it's in a green space area versus it's under a major road, those are the sorts of things that go into this risk assessment. And then we also provided some, and this came out of, somewhat came out of our field inspections, but just provided some visuals on a condition assessment approach. This is a pretty simple approach where it doesn't necessarily need any sort of special training or certification. It's basically just kind of visually looking at the camera video footage of a pipe and giving it a ranking from 1, which is good, to 5, which is bad. And these images are just meant to represent as a pipe goes from good to bad, what it could look like. And the same thing with structures. So either the lids of the structures or inside the structures themselves. So this is meant to be kind of a representative visual that if you don't have any sort of scoring, this would be a great first place to start to begin to prioritize. This pipe is a condition 4. This one over here is a condition 2. All things being equal, let's repair the condition 4 first.
Are these all photos that were taken here?
These are photos, yes, from your system. So
These 5s don't look good.
they don't, no. We
Can you
tried.
say that was some Kansas City.
Right. And, I think honestly, and Anthony can speak to this, you don't have a lot of metal pipe. That was one of the things is a lot of the pipe that you have is concrete pipe. So the top one is the most dramatic. That's the pipes that are most prone to failure, and when they fail pretty spectacularly, the metal ones, but you don't have a lot of those. You have a lot of concrete pipes. And they tend to last longer, and they fail more slowly. Okay, we did some assessment on the stormwater pump stations as well. So this graphic here is one of the pump curves that were developed based on data that we got from you all and from the levee district. So we used used the pump curves that were developed. This is a discharge capacity curve based on the elevation of the floodwaters. So there's a lot of things going on here, but this tells somebody that knows what they're looking at when they're looking at it, what happens when the pumps go on and the river's at this stage versus this stage. That's what that is. Okay, we did some analysis of that trunk storm system that I mentioned as well. So the green pipes that were on that figure earlier. We used a modeling tool that's kind of industry standard called PC Swim. It's a tool that allows us to look at both a surface, so we used GIS surface data that would represent, or is actually the surface for North Kansas City, and then we can tie that with a pipe network that reflects the pipes that run under the ground, and they interact with one another. when we put these design storm events. So you see the graphic here. This is out of the report. A design storm is a way that we can look at a hypothetical storm, and it's based on historic information and historic data to say this storm event at this depth occurs this frequently. One with a higher rainfall depth occurs less frequently. So the terminology is, you can see it's most commonly a 2-year event, a 10-year event, 100-year event means that it will happen. It can be a little bit confusing. A more accurate way, it's not a 100-year event only happens once every 100 years. Another way, a better way to look at it is the percentage of the frequency, or what's the percentage that it'll happen in any given year. So a 100-year event is a 1% chance of happening this year, and it'll be a 1% chance of happening next year, whereas a 2-year event has a 50% chance of happening this year and a 50% chance of happening next year. So those are just ways of representing different design standards based on good rainfall data and applying that to your system. So there's a lot more to go into there, but I won't just for the sake of time. This graphic is one of the outputs from the modeling effort that we did. We took each of those trunk lines and ran these synthetic storms through them. So water collects on the surface, drains into the pipe, and then gets carried in the pipe to the discharge point. Different design storm events. What's being represented in this figure is this is the Howell Street trunk system. For the purposes of this study, the little red dots there is where the water surface elevation exceeds the surface of the ground. And that's what we were considering a surcharged condition. So anything where that water surface stays in the ground means that the water isn't popping out on the surface. It's staying in the pipe and ultimately draining out. But we wanted to be able to compare one system over against another. We wanted to run a variety of storms and see at what point does water begin to come out of the structures. So this would be one example of what that would look like from our modeling effort. So just trying to get a sense of what's the actual capacity of the Howell system compared to another system. And that's what's represented in this figure here. We tried to give what we LOS as a level of service. So again, it's a general representation of that entire trunk line and how it operates capacity-wise versus and compared to the other trunks in the city. So as a general rule, some of the trunk systems are a little less than a 2-year capacity before water begins to pond on the surface, up to about a 5-year capacity, so they can handle a 5-year rainfall event. So this just gives you a little sense of how the system's functioning. We also identified in red there the surcharged pipe systems that's during a 10-year event. So common across all the systems. If water is going to pond, this is where it's going to pond on the surface. So all the little red dots and lines are the lines that are surcharged in that 10-year event. This is kind of getting in the weeds of hydrology and hydraulics here, so bear with me. I was going to say it'll get more exciting as I go on, but I'm not sure that that's actually true. Kind of depends on if you like this kind of stuff.
Anthony's smiling still.
Right. We did the same kind of hydraulic analysis with the gates on the gravity pipes closed and the pumps operating. So that's just to give you a sense of how that system functions versus the gravity system. Not surprising, the overall system performance, so if you look at the third column there, the level of service is generally lower. That's not surprising. The pumps are designed to convey a certain amount of flow, it's certainly not cost-effective to have them convey the same amount that would be conveyed in a gravity system. They're used less frequently. You think of how often is the Missouri River at flood stage and we get rainfall events. The probability of that happening is much lower than any given summer day. You get a big rainfall event and it discharges out via the gravity system when the pumps aren't in operation. So I think the main thing that we were looking here was not so much the level of service of the pump systems, but how long did that surcharged water stay above the top of the surface. So the last column there gives you an idea of, in a 5-year event, water ponds above the surface for this amount of time. So you can see in there that the Armor system, basically the Rock Creek system, has the poorest performance because it's a very large area, very industrialized area, and very flat. So I think you see a lot of issues there. This essentially confirms what's going on there. Okay, another element of the plan is the capital improvement plan, as I mentioned. So identifying some projects. I would say these projects are generally capacity upgrades. So if you look at where they're located versus those other graphs and tables and figures of where there were capacity, where parts of your system are less capacity than others, these generally tend to line up. So they're on the northern part of the city and they're in the PID area. We tried to identify some improvements that are conceptual in nature. So what's in the plan, they're definitely concept. We've looked at them in the model that we put together for the master plan, but you'd have to do a fair bit of design to get them to the point where you could actually build them. What we've provided to you is a pretty high-level conceptual idea of what could be done, put that on a figure, and then provided a cost estimate. So it's a conceptual, I would say, planning level cost estimate, just to give you an idea of how much this project compares to this one. And I'll speak a little bit more to the prioritization in a little bit, but these are conceptual projects with the aim of most principally providing some additional capacity to your system. This is an example of one of the figures that was put together. We kind of did a few things. We have these figures which represent, you can't really read what's on here, but this was one of the areas that we identified. So in a figure format, and then really for more practical use, we put together a one-page project summary, essentially. So these project sheets include some basic information on the top of the first page, some photos of the area, the cost estimate, and then that same map in kind of a mini form is down in the bottom right of the last page. These are just meant to be, I guess, helpful project sheets when you're wondering about, where is a project or what are the things that you were considering. There's a little summary there, and it tells you where the project ranked and the cost and the benefit and that sort of thing. So we put those together for each of the capital improvement plan projects. And then we also did a prioritization. So this matrix is looking at all of the CIP projects on the left-hand side, and then across the top, there's a bunch of different criteria where we were looking, I would say this is mostly comparative in nature, so we're comparing the effectiveness of one project to the effectiveness of another, the cost of one project to the cost of another. This isn't, I would not classify this as it's not particularly detailed in a cost-benefit analysis, but it's meant to be comparative in nature, so you can see the benefit of one of the projects over another, I would say.
was going to ask a question on this chart.
Yep.
The weighting percentage, is that just a standard used across all your projects, or is that different per?
That was specific to North Kansas City, and honestly, that, it's just a way of trying to emphasize certain criteria over others.
Okay.
There's nothing, I think we went with that in conversations of, what is most important. We wanted to kind of cover a broad range of things, but you could look at that and say, that's kind of funny. I would look at it a different way, and it's perfectly fine to do that. That was, again, meant to be, try to represent what would be the most important things you would want in a project.
Okay.
And then we just scored all the projects, again, comparatively. We did there's a multiplier in there for projects that would more directly impact those critical trunk lines. And then we just had that weighted number at the end. So it's meant to be helpful, but can be used however you want it to be used to look at projects.
Thank you.
And then I think the last thing to say about the prioritization is we took the projects, the concept costs we estimated, the weighted benefit, so that's that benefit number, and then there's again, this is a comparative, but it's a cost-benefit ratio of all the projects. So you can kind of see, based on that list, which of the projects rise to the top with the most cost-benefit ratio, or I guess it would be the least cost-benefit ratio. So not necessarily the lowest cost, but the most benefit compared to that cost. All right. We did some stormwater management recommendations as part of the master plan as well. That included some, again, gathering information from conversations with city staff, looking at your current operation and maintenance practices. I mentioned this before, but condition assessment procedure kind of gave you some recommendations on how to use those charts and tables that I showed a little bit earlier. Recommendations for pump system operation and maintenance as well, and then inlet replacement. So one of the things that came out of that, for example, was the inspection of your storm pipe system. So all of this, and this includes all the pipes in the city, not just the trunk ones. With a goal of we want to get through all the pipes in the city. I think we said every 10 years. So based on that, with the number of feet of pipe, you would need to video inspect 22,000 feet of pipe to be able to get through everything in that 10-year period. And then probably the other thing to note in this area of operation and maintenance with the stormwater pump stations is we also did kind of a deep dive in the report about the lease agreements that you have with the levee district. So I mentioned there's 6 stormwater pump stations. 3 of those are owned and operated by the city. So you're responsible for all of the upkeep and maintenance on those structures. And then there's 3 of them that are owned by the levee district, but they're leased to the city. And in that lease agreement, it lays out your responsibilities for regular maintenance, regular inspections, keeping the pump stations neat and tidy, I think was the language that it used. So we document what the requirements are, what's in those lease agreements is in the report, just to be, I think one of the efforts here was just to get it in one place so that you didn't have to flip through a bunch of different documents. So we summarized it in the report and then included all of that documentation in the appendix of the report, so it's all in one spot. And then lastly, the last kind of major effort in the Stormwater Master Plan was a funding assessment. So we looked at, first, we looked at it in a couple different ways. We put together what's on this screen is a needs assessment. So looking at what are the current expenditures that have anything to do with stormwater, what could be future expenditures that would be regular expenditures related to stormwater that you would want to add to it. So again, this is I would call it a snapshot in time of a needs assessment to come up with a bottom line dollar amount of, on an annual basis, what could go towards your stormwater system. Some of this is, like I said, it's stuff that's already in your budget that you do. Some of it is things that are required of you through various permits or things that you need to do. And then some of it is things that have been added to that, like a regular pipe inspection program. So you're going in and you're video inspecting pipe on an annual basis. So the needs assessment kind of sets you up for what's the dollar amount we're trying to hit when we get to the next phase, which is the.
I was going to ask you real quick.
Yep.
Do you know what percentage of that last slide is already budgeted? You said a certain percentage that's already budgeted.
I would say probably.
So those are already budgeted expenses. Okay.
Yeah. So some of the description, well, I guess you could, that last column, the budget, 2023 budget item description, I think everything that has a description there and
that makes sense.
maybe
Okay.
even some of the other ones are already in your budget.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the needs assessment, again, just trying to identify what in the kind of day-to-day operations is stormwater-specific need. And then looking at different funding sources. The first one that we looked at was a stormwater utility. So we went through an exercise of looking at land use. If you, the top graph on this page is essentially the development of looking at all the parcels in the city. So the billing category, if you look at that, that's a consistent billing category with other ways that you bill utilities in the city. So we wanted to be consistent, so we weren't doing it a different way. So those 6 categories are the 6 categories that you use for your water bills. And then coming up with the total acreage, impervious coverage, and we basically set this up in a way that would say a comparable size parcel that is commercial and highly impervious acts differently than from in terms of your stormwater system. It acts differently than the same size parcel that's mostly grass and has a house on it. So we're trying to set it up in a way that is reasonable and reflects how much stormwater is kind of in general being generated by similarly sized parcels with different land uses. So that's the attempt at with your stormwater utility, is to set it up in a way that those properties that are more impervious, more dense, that have a higher contribution of flow to your system, use your system more and therefore should pay more. Similar to, sanitary sewer, when you're looking at billings, you want to look at the amount of use that's, how much water are they using, and that's discharging into your sanitary sewer system. You would want the higher users to pay more in your utilities. This is set up in a similar way, only with runoff, basically.
Was this based on standard averages, or was there any sort of like actual satellites used or something to?
We did averages, but you'll see in the report, there is, there's like this average example based on a specific parcel within the city, so you can see how it's applied to a particular parcel.
Okay.
But yeah, these are North Kansas City, basically a database exercise in GIS with North Kansas City parcels for these land categories. So we basically bracketed the, you'll see commercial, low, medium, and high. We just took them in chunks of percent impervious. So, I don't even know if it's, I guess it is.
I'd kind of,
That's what's going on.
Okay,
And then based on that information, the bottom table is with the top table in mind. These are the the unit that's used for a stormwater utility like this is a residential equivalency factor. So it's looking at what's an average residential lot in the city of North Kansas City, and then how does a commercial lot that's 3 times the size compare to that residential unit. So the residential unit is 1, and then the size of the parcel and the amount of impervious basically provides a multiplier to say, this commercial medium property, generates 5 times more runoff than the standard residential parcel. So,
Councilmember Smith.
Yep.
How are we currently billing at all for specific, I know it's kind of rolled into sewer and storm.
And ask, what is the funding mechanism, I guess, right now? What is the revenue source to fund this $900,000 million?
It's all funded through the sewer bill, but there's no specific storm revenue.
So we're just marking up the sewer bill by some percent?
Well,
How we're doing it?
it's based on the cost of our current operations and maintenance. I mean, that's when Raftellus goes through, they take into account everything we do. To this point, storm sewer's always been a part of, has always been a part of wastewater or sanitary sewer. So this is where Brad is talking about splitting out the two.
Do we know roughly of that sewer charge, how much of that is going to storm versus sanitary sewer?
No, not offhand. That would be a Raftellus question, where they'd take our total budget, and extrapolate.
I guess the genesis of the question is how much is this going to push the bills up? Because obviously we need to fund this. But what's it going to look like? If we're already paying some, obviously it's going to go up by some factor.
Sorry, and to just tag on that. So none of this is currently being paid for out of general fund at all. This is all just
Right, comes out of
Sewer,
the
okay.
sanitary and the WPC lines you see in the budget, yeah. As you
and
mentioned,
gaming for capital. Yeah,
Right.
I'm talking annual operation. Sorry, yeah. Capital improvement is a mix of both, but yeah.
right, as you mentioned, going back a couple slides, that we already fund 90% of what you saw for maintenance and operations. That is what's, that's a lot of the chunk
Built into the price. Yeah.
So I guess to answer the last question with this approach and these numbers, the number that the cost on a monthly basis for one residential equivalency factor, so one standard residential unit, is $5.62. That's the number. And that's based on the way that we split up the utility and the total cost that we were trying to generate. So if either of those change, that number changes too. So if you need to generate less, or you change the way that properties are categorized, that number can go up and down. But just to give you a ballpark number, $5.62
And
for
that
one equivalent unit on a monthly basis.
That funds the ongoing annual maintenance that was recommended, not the capital improvements that we're going to need to do, but that at $5.62 per residential equivalency unit, does that fund what you're calling for annual maintenance, all the scoping and all that stuff?
Yeah, so that would be, again, we were taking all these different elements from different parts of the budget and just trying to put them in one spot. But yes, on this slide, this 1.04 million is all of those elements. And this structure at the $5.62 a month for one residential equivalency unit funds that. Let's see. And then in addition to the stormwater utility, we looked at several other funding sources, stormwater sales tax. So currently you have your 0.25% tax for city parks. The legislation allows for the same 0.25% for stormwater projects. And it sounds like that is generating approximately $1 million annually, right? So that's another funding source that is allowed and is available to you for funding these stormwater specific elements. General obligation bond, GO bond, there's discussion in there about that, and then grant and low-interest loans as well. So we tried to just list for you several opportunities in those areas as well. Obviously, with the grant funding, there's a lot that would need to go into that to get you ready to go after grant funding. It's very competitive, but it's available. So that is the stormwater funding, and that wraps up all of the elements of the plan. So we kind of covered the entire thing in however long I talked here, all the sections. Obviously, there's a lot more detail in the plan, but would welcome any other questions.
Okay, what questions we got now? Oh, Councilmember Clark.
Is there any recommendation for, optimizing like new development tie-in? When we have new development come along and they're tying into our systems, is there any sort of recommendation for what that tie-in looks
Yep,
like?
so we included some recommendations for new development and also redevelopment in the plan. So there's some, I guess, recommendations. Some of it was actually location specific. So like in the PID, for example, really concerned about additional development in that area. So the criteria that was recommended in the plan were a bit more stringent than in other parts of the city. So yeah, we did include some recommendations for, I guess, development or redevelopment standards.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez. Yeah, there you go.
Do you have a time frame, like how long we're talking this project from start to finish, how long it may take? Any idea?
You've got 6 months.
Well, I mean, at this point, the plan is done, so it's kind of in your hands to. We've provided in here actually a lot of different recommendations, including the funding sources and these capital improvement projects, operation and maintenance. So I think our goal was just to provide it all to you and give you the recommendations, and then you can decide how you want to navigate through the different areas. It covers a lot of different ground in operations in the city.
Councilmember Smith.
Was there any thought given to, I know this has been ongoing for a while, but the development up the hill just north of town where they've clear-cut trees, there's a lot of conditions overlaid that will go into effect once the construction is done. But right now, we're in kind of a spot where trees are cut, runoff is happening. That's the lowest point of our levee. Did this look at that at all and what the risk that we're under for the next, say, 18 months while they start the construction?
So what we did, so it's been studied a fair bit, actually. So we didn't do any reassessment of that risk, but basically looked at a couple different studies that have already been done. And there were some recommendations that came out of a study that the Levy District did several years ago that had some recommendations in it for development. Other than having those in this plan, that's really as far as we went in terms of that development.
One couple of the things to add to that. So in 2019, the Levy District did it's called the Rock Creek Watershed Study. They sent that out to both cities, Kansas City and North Kansas City at the time. And then that provides a lot of recommendations, like Brad said, about development of those areas. The Levy District is also currently looking at a study for the hillside, again, for the Rock Creek watershed, and how it relates to the Levy District, or the levee, the hillside levee, sorry. So more to come on that. I think that is kind of spurred by a lot of the ongoing stuff we've been seeing. But yeah, that's going to be a topic for a long time.
And I'll tag on, and those recommendations have been resent back to Kansas City. I'm losing track of time, 3 months ago, maybe at this point. I know Levy District's also been working on setting up, and they might have already conducted a meeting with Kansas City Water as well, over some concerns about potential overtopping around their water treatment plant. So many ongoing conversations. Please.
So just real quick, we are having Raftellus come in probably either June or early July to discuss what our water rates recommendations would be moving forward. Kind of I just want to kind of clarify what the stormwater utility would do. So right now, our O&M, which is our operations and maintenance for our stormwater system, what that does right now is we take that expenses and we amortize it over our sanitary sewer bills. It is not based on generation. It is not based on who contributes to our stormwater. It is really how that system is funded right now is how much sanitary sewer are you generating. And you heard Brad kind of talk about residential was one. Well, we have some that produce 5 to 7 times the amount of stormwater runoff, and there's no differential in their bill. Does that make sense? They are really one of the things that we wanted to look at was who is contributing and who is paying, and is there equity in that system? So that is kind of some of the reasons why this has this grid in it. It was actually one of the things that Raftellus has recommended several times over the last several years was for us to look at how we are funding sanitary sewer operations and maintenance through our sanitary sewer versus stormwater. So they had recommended us really to take a look at that and see who is generating stormwater contributions into our system and are they paying an equitable rate. So just kind of, I wanted to kind of tie that together as to the why. Again, some of these properties through this analysis you can kind of see in the map are generating 5 times the amount of stormwater distribution into the system, and there's no mechanism for parity of billing.
So I guess the general concept would be then overall, you'd be able to lower what is the sewer bill now. Because
Yeah,
you'd be
so
swapping out a
it
percent-
really could
minus
be-
capital improvements on them.
Yes, it really could be that some bills would go down, some bills would go up, because we're really calculating your contribution of stormwater into our system, as well as your use of the sanitary system. So on some, the bills could dial down. Theoretically, we would need a deep dive. This is kind of where we would rely on Raftellus to help us understand this. And on some bills, it would probably go up because they're distributing more water into the system that we are charged with owning and maintaining.
What else we got on council here? Seeing nothing, did you have anything else? Anything from over here? With that, I'll just say the council members do have the whole 327-page
Enjoy.
document that's been emailed out to you all. And I'm hoping that we will get that on the, I feel like I'm talking over, on the website soon. So everyone can read a full 327 or maybe an abridged
Yes.
version of that.
Yeah, so next steps, I think, again, this is still in draft form, so we would,
I thought it
welcome
said it
any
was fine.
feedback and then finalize it. And then, yeah, I think that would be a good goal to get it on.
Refinalize it. Oh, I saw 2 hands over here. I'll let you.
One of the things I'd just like to get some kind of a temperature on the city council, when Raftellus comes, they have not seen this because we wanted to present this to you first. I mean, would you want them to kind of look at this and do some preliminary calculations to see what it could do to several different styles of users? I think that is something that they could do. Again, they have recommended us to at least look at this before. And again, there is the adoption, which I think is what Tom and Mike were going to say, that the council would have to formally adopt this particular plan before any action could be taken. However, we do have a little bit of a window of Raftellus has not completed their analysis yet for their recommendations for the coming 25 billing cycle. This could be something that we could look at and have some answers for you to kind of mull over when they come to visit.
Councilmember Smith.
I would love that. I'm a big fan of charging people for what they use and not charging them for what they don't use. That was a big part of the winter water averaging. So if water's being used outside, not going into sanitary, stop billing for it. So yeah, I'd love to see that. Can they also, and is it within their wheelhouse to look at the other funding mechanisms, the quarter-cent sales tax, the GO bonds, all the different ways we could fund it?
Unsure if they could get all of that done by July.
Come on.
I do know that some communities do the stormwater utility for your O&M, meaning your ownership and your maintenance, and then they bond the sales tax. You have 2 different funding threads. You're able to do 2 different things, meaning that the sales tax goes to your capital improvements. You saw that one of the things that Olson had done was put together kind of a CIP list, which is kind of a homework list over several years. So one of the options could be that if you were to look at that remaining $0.25, which is a parks and stormwater, that is something that the state of Missouri allows municipalities to look at. So I think that they could kind of go off of if you didn't pursue the sales tax for your capital, this is what your O&M as well as C would need to be for your rates, or you do a blend.
Yeah, and taking a look at what bonds cost, what low-interest loans are available, just kind of giving us the suite
Absolutely.
of choices.
Yeah, there are a lot of revolving debt around stormwater, water, and sewer.
Yep.
Once you get in, it has a bit of a flywheel effect, meaning that you're able to, almost like a school district, approve and you get a max levy, and then you can continue to refi it within its own boundaries.
The one thing we've learned over the last few years, nothing is cheaper while we wait. So now that we know what needs to be done, if we can fund it, let's get it funded.
90% of the annual's already funded.
90%.
I'm fine researching it. I don't know if I'll be a huge supporter of a lot of increases. I mean, residents already feel pretty beat up on their rates, so that'll be my short version of that right
Residents will go
now. It depends. And we go back and forth over water sprinklers being sprayed in the storm sewer in certain neighborhoods as well. And, you pick on all kinds of things that do use storm water. But that'll be for future conversation. We're done for tonight, though. Have a good night. Thank you for the presentation. Mike's got another.
Just for clarification, we'll come back with, whether it's a resolution or ordinance, come back with that for the approval of the master plan.
And I should have said business owners are also tired of being beat up on it too. Sorry. Didn't mean to leave them out. There we go. Yeah.
All right. The master plan won't include, I mean, it's more our guide into the future. Here are the problem areas. Here are the things that we're going to focus on. But it's not the actual rates or anything, yeah.
We have more to do. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Number 9.
Northland Assistance Center discussion.
All right. This one, I guess I'll call Mike here.
All right. During the April 16th council meeting, it was asked for further discussion regarding the services provided by NAC. The current MOU is maybe aware, is for emergency cold weather lodging, but discussion was asked for to explore options. So we put it on the agenda and wanted to open this up to the questions. Rita Pierce is here from.
All right. I will straight open this one up to council. We've talked about this one quite a bit. I think we know what we're talking about here. Councilmember Smith.
So thank you, Mike, for the memo you put on the agenda here and the list of emergency housing services that are available. I went through that and looked at, I believe, what we've talked about in the past as to what Rita has kind of brought to the table is domestic violence is one of the big ones that she's asked about funding. And looking at this, there are 7 domestic violence options listed on the Hillcrest resource here. And a number of them are I've been to a handful of these to do some volunteer work. They're very specifically geared toward domestic violence victims and security around that. And they're just, even their websites have like ways you can minimize the window so quickly that it'll disappear in case somebody's looking over your shoulder. I think that domestic violence is best left handled by those types of organizations that have all of the infrastructure built around it. Looking back at this list, emergency shelters, there's a number of those. But in emergency situations like negative temperatures, I think casting a wider net makes sense. That's why I like what we've set up in the past for the cold weather, but I don't see it being wise for us to fund a domestic violence situation right now.
Did you throw in hot weather with that as well? Or are you doing both?
Did not. I just
Okay. I'll open it up to, what do we got? What else we got? I would tend to agree. Yeah, there's certainly, like I said, several other providers as well that have those sort of services you'd need in these definitely delicate situations. And I think, the whole purpose of this program that we initially set up, we were just trying to make sure no one dies in the streets here in North Kansas City in the coldest of cold. you know, when everywhere is closed and you have nowhere to go, and you know you get the coldest parts of the night. Where I know some people feel opposite, you know, in the summer where there are a ton of, you know, cooling stations kind of all around the metro. Then obviously at night the temperature drops. I mean, I'm generally have been content with what we've been running, which I think has been good, but I'm open to other ideas as well. Any other ideas? That was Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, the third item on here, or in the memo, that was related to, I guess, patients discharged from the hospital with nowhere to go. I was trying to get a little more understanding of how often is that occurring? And you know, I know you can't get too far into the specifics,
Let me pivot on that one, though. Do they contact you all on any of that, police or fire? Do you have any kind of insight on hospital operations on that, or why?
No, they don't contact us when it happens. Typically, what happens is that when the patient leaves the hospital, then they go down to a payphone or they go to one of the local gas stations and they call again, and then we take them back. That's typically
the rotation there. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Then is that you want further clarification on kind of what's going on at the hospital?
Yeah, I could see some, you know, one-off situations where an issue does come up and, you know, I'm trying to phrase it the right way, but could be a situation where North Kansas City specific
Got it.
emergency housing could be
Rita
useful.
can answer
But
that one for you.
Yeah, I don't have a specific number on that. We get the calls or referrals often from social workers at the hospital, and sometimes, as indicated, they recontact the fire department and then they send them back, and it's very expensive when they do that. It's a lot cheaper to be able to put them up in a hotel until they have some opportunity to find another source. Generally, when we put them in a hotel, we don't put them in a hotel for any real amount of time. They have 3 or 4 days to try to find another resource. But when they're released from the hospital and they have nowhere to go, they might have relatives coming from out of town. I would say probably, and this is just a guesstimate, about probably $2,000 is what we spend on those sorts of things. And in addition to domestic violence, many of these shelters are not available to these people when they immediately need it, and these are the referrals I get in the middle of the night from the police department. I am aware we're not a social service agency. We do refer them to other social service agencies once we get them safely ensconced in the American Inn. So far, we've never had anybody go to the American Inn that I'm aware of, and I have a real close relationship where whoever the alleged abuser was came and hunted him down and created a problem. It is a resource for the police and fire when they run into these kinds of situations. But I know there's a lot of shelters that are listed and a lot of domestic violence shelters that are listed, but they're not always available. I can assure you they're not. Particularly when we come to cold weather, those things fill up immediately. There's nothing up north that allows for housing these individuals during cold weather. So it's just kind of a safety net. If you consider an MOU that includes something that's beyond the cold weather scope, I would say it would not be a huge expense. And it's just something you would all consider. And obviously, just like with cold weather, we contact all the other emergency shelters before we put anybody into the hotel. But I get calls at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they say, we don't have any place to put this person. And there's not a domestic shelter available to them. They're not as easily accessible. Even if there's 7 in the Northland, they're not that easily accessible. And a lot of these people have kids, and there's other kinds of things that consider. Every situation is a little bit different. So to answer your question, I say as an agency, because we have no other funding for these things, we probably spend about $2,000 in a calendar year on just housing people that are referred to us by emergency responders or by social service workers. And we don't do it for a month at a time. We encourage them and give them lists of people to contact to move forward with what they need to do. On occasion, we give them a gas card and help them get out of town. But it's not like a long-term kind of situation. And while I have you here for a minute, if you are considering cold weather, as I indicated the last time, 25 degrees is not a great temperature, doesn't take into account wind chill. We'll maybe talk about that when we get near the cold weather, but I'd like you to think about that. It was really cumbersome to have 25 degrees. National Weather Service A lot of the paperwork I did was redundant. We already agreed to check it, every other shelter first. If there's a discussion on just cold weather funding, I would like to be included in that. So I might give you a little bit more information from my 18 years' experience of doing this. So I would suggest it could be a cold weather MOU and another MOU for just emergency services as social workers and first responders refer them to us.
I think on the cold weather portion, I feel like that's fairly outright. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I don't think anyone's against continuing the cold weather program at all. Okay, I got something. Oh, that was it. Yeah, okay. Kind of a point. I didn't want to put words in
Yeah,
everyone's
well,
mouth, but
possibly adjusting temperature.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But in general, continuing on
Yeah.
with a program for cold winter. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone's in agreement on that.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
thank you.
Like I said, I'd like to be part of that discussion when you reevaluate that MOU and what paperwork has to go into it, because it just became extremely cumbersome under the restrictive clauses in the last MOU. And it's not like we're just giving the money away. It's just very redundant. And nobody even looked at the hotel bills that I'm aware of after I turned them all in. But I'm happy to do it anyway.
I believe staff reviews them. Councilmember Smith.
You threw me a curveball on that one. I do know that staff reviews those bills. I'm open to the discussion on temperature. We can have that as cold weather approaches. As far as I don't know what you call it, recidivism to the hospital, where they leave and call, what is it cost to like pick somebody back up and send them back to the hospital? And what does that cost the city?
The ambulance bills, I think on average are around $830.
Okay, and obviously they're not paying that.
No.
Is that just back on the taxpayer to cover the $830, or do we eat it?
It depends. Some of them are covered by Medicare, some of them aren't. I can't answer it for every one of them.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd say on average, most of them don't, in this situation, most of them don't get paid.
Okay, and so if they're not paid, and there's the human side to this, and then there's also the expense side that we're trying to balance out. If we're looking at, even if a few get paid, the $750 per return trip, how often is that happening to your recollection?
8 to 10 times a year.
Okay.
You know, it's not like it happens every night.
Okay. Just trying to get a number in mind if we were to fund something like this. Thanks.
Keeping in mind that it's $69.99 a night to house someone there, or $350 a week. So if you're looking at those numbers, keep that in mind, that we have a really good relationship with the American Inn price-wise.
Councilmember Saper.
We should keep in mind that the hospital does have an obligation to not discharge somebody who has nowhere to go. Now, I'm not sure how that is functioning. You're indicating to me that it's
It
not
happens.
functioning all that well.
It does
And maybe
happen.
we need to look into that as well.
And I did, as I said before, I did apply for a grant for those specific things with the hospital, and I was denied the money, so I'm still looking for funding.
Councilmember Alvarez, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I think sometimes if they're released from the hospital, they no longer require treatment, but they still need a place to go. And I don't know, I can't be positive, but I think sometimes if you try to take them back to the hospital, they don't want them back because they've already been released, they've already been treated, so there's no reason to take them back. So then they just end up walking around the city, maybe, I don't know, causing a crime, breaking into windows to be arrested so they can get a place to stay. You know, I think sometimes that they do just end up walking around, so they do need a place to go, maybe restrict it for one night only, something like that. I don't know, but I think that does occur. And I know, just personally myself, I have tried in the past to call some of these domestic centers to place people, and sometimes it requires a lot of paperwork, takes hours. So I can confirm that if it's in the middle of the night, emergency situation, sometimes you do need a place to go, a place to put them, at least for, like I said, one night. So,
Or maybe two, I mean, so
yeah,
you can get a
if you
chance
could limit it, maybe. But I do see a need for that possibly, yeah.
turn on my mic. There you go. Councilmember.
Yeah, so I've been sitting here processing for a minute, because I know this has come up a few times at this point, and what I keep coming back to is I think we have this issue where we're concerned about city funds going towards, I totally understand the concerns around the safety and security of domestic violence. That is a very serious issue. I don't think that Northland Assistance Center is trying to act as a domestic violence shelter. I think they are trying to act as an emergency housing alternative when there is no other option available. And the thing I keep coming back to is that if our city staff, if our fire, if our police is contacting NAC, then our staff is relying on NAC to be able to place someone. And so I am trusting our city staff in that situation to determine, I guess, that that may be the next best placement, if that makes sense, in a very temporary situation where, again, there is no other placement available for a temporary shelter. I think it should be made very clear, or maybe even in, if we even go that direction, to offer a separate MOU for things like hospital recidivism or domestic violence, or kind of an other circumstance. If it is a situation where they are called upon by our city staff, then maybe there is either something that that person signs to make it clear, a disclaimer in a sense, that this is not a domestic violence shelter, or you're basically that you're not liable or for anything that gets out about that person at that point. I think that would be fair to that person to just make that clear, that this is an emergency housing temporary situation. We cannot protect necessarily your well-being or safety.
And we do that.
Okay.
When we get those calls. When I visit with those individuals, usually the next day, they come by and do paperwork with me.
Yes.
Because they have to do their usual paperwork. And it is a temporary thing. And we give them a list of other options that are available. It's not usually more than maybe 1 or 2 nights, depending on what time the call comes in. But it's not a long-term arrangement. And I make it very, very clear to them, they need to be reaching out to other resources, family members, other kinds of people to maintain their safety in a domestic violence shelter, or even in a hospital referral, because we can't put them up forever. And I have to tell people this all the time. It's not the easy part of my job, but that's not our function, is to provide shelter on an ongoing basis. But it's worked really well. Our agency paid for it on our own for a very long time. The police have called me for all the years that I've worked at Northland Assistance Center, and we've had a relationship with American Inn. So this is not something that's new. It's just something that our agency is really small, and funding is very limited, and I have not found another resource for these particular things, although I must say I really appreciate the city already considering cold weather.
So you guys probably had to see this. I'm sorry. Was that the end of your? Okay. Public safety over here. What is the policy? And as I knock on my monitor, and now it's turning back on. There you go. What is your general policy around this? Or, do you have any idea of what your frequency of calls to Northland Assistance Center, what that looks like?
No, sir, not without looking into and speaking to our dispatchers individually to see how often. I do know that in the past, we have utilized Northland Assistance Center, and I do believe in the past that there was other funding available for rooms before the city started funding. I'm not going to, I'll mess it up if I try to get into the history of it, but I've been here a long time also.
Yeah.
And I've been one of those people that made those calls. Mm-hmm. And they've been the one-offs of people stranded, cars broke down, stuff like that. And at that time, and she spoke many times now about not having that type of funding anymore, but they did at one point had that type of funding. Our staff has been instructed to exhaust all resources before contacting the Northland Assistance Center. Because we are mindful of the city resources that are behind the cold weather housing program. And we want to be respectful of that. Now, whether that's rubber meeting the road and we're actually doing that at 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
that makes sense.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. No, it's always good to hear directly from you all as well, and kind of what the scene on the ground is going on from your perspective. Oh, there, okay.
Okay, so I would say that I don't have numbers on that. I haven't been involved in any of that, beforehand. So I would have to go back and look through some previous files and things like that to see if I can find it as far as how many times we've called them. I would say, though, per EMS protocols as an ambulance, if we show up and that individual wants to go to the hospital, we have to take them to the hospital. We can't stop them and say, okay, you don't really need to go to the hospital, we'll call these people. If they tell us they don't want to go to the hospital, but they have no place to stay, then we can make the phone call to them. They have been instructed on how to do that. How many times it's happened, I can't tell you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, maybe that'll help facilitate a little bit more conversation here as well. What else we got? You look like you had a hand a minute ago. Oh, sorry, Fitzgerald, I promised him next. Yep. And then I went a while, and then Clark, if you had something, we'll hit you next.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to process here, I guess, but I generally would be in favor of a separate MOU for, some, even if it's a small amount of funding here other than that cold weather. It sounds like there is a need for one-off situations in our North Kansas City community where people need help with emergency housing and whatnot. This is a local North Kansas City organization. It sounds like there is some net benefit to our community from this. I think I'd want to see some kind of limit on the number of days it could be used for, so we're not getting people coming specifically to North Kansas City for this type of thing. Obviously exhaust other options before using this source, but it sounds like even from a fiscal perspective, the city is incurring some costs, be it emergency or police staff time or unreimbursed ambulance rides to the hospital, that type of thing. So in a net perspective, I don't think we would come out behind from funding, at least a portion of this.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark, if you still want.
I still think the piece that's missing is the data. I know it's not about sharing like exact names and age and things like that, but I just feel like, just when you said there's no place up north for anybody to go, there's no shelters nearby. I feel like the more we have data, the more chance we have to, construct a shelter or turn abandoned buildings into a shelter. We have more reason to, we have something to back it up that says we have these expenses, we have people with nowhere to go, we need this, but I think that only occurs if we have data to back it up. So I think the piece that becomes, kind of like if you're willing to bear the burden in a way, that's the piece that I think has to be tied with the assistance, is that we have to have numbers, we have to have, I think names have to occur, but not necessarily shared with us, but they have to be available so that we know who we've helped, how many people are coming as repeat. Do we have like our winter people that are just like, me again, hey, I love it here.
Nope, they
I
wouldn't
want
be
the
able
same
to
room
come.
I had last time, that kind of thing. Because I think it can lead to sort of that feeling of, you did say there were some people that were returning and you have like the same, people coming through to where it's kind of like, is this doing it? Is this doing the trick where we're just kind of giving them a place to live? But what's happening in between time or what is occurring that we could help them even more, So that's kind of my 2 cents. And I see your point because I did ask my partner who's a therapist and her immediate concern was, for domestic violence, victims of domestic violence is the no anonymity and the safety piece because it's huge. And if anybody got wind that says, hey, Northland Assistance Center is starting to house, check there first. It may not occur today, but we don't know. We don't know, right? Because those places are a secretive location for a reason. And they do exist that way for a reason. So I just, I think I'm willing to weigh out, some of those opportunities, but I want to keep them separate from like the winter MOU.
Absolutely. I agree.
Further conversation, anything this way? Councilmember Alvarez.
Just another quick follow-up note. I would agree with doing a separate MOU for that and limiting the time. Because I personally can testify that I have made several calls before, maybe 10 shelters or whatever, in the middle of the night. They would take them early the next morning, but not that night. So if you could just have a place to stay for the one night and then, and then get them into a place, a shelter, where it's anonymous, but just off the street for the night until they can get into a shelter, I think would be a great idea.
I'm going to pick on Councilmember Crone here. Councilmember Crone, what do you got?
I just wanted to say I agree with what Amy's talking about with regards to data. I think that I like the idea of a separate MOU to keep the cold weather, keep cold side cool and everything else over on the other side. But I think that just even our conversation here has shown that there's some real gaps in what we know and what we don't know. We should be able to pull up and find out how many times the PD has contacted the Northland Assistance Center and had somebody housed. I feel like that is data that you should have and that you would want to have. So I think that all the any MOU that we create, I think needs to either have some defined data points that we will ask for in order to renew it in the following year, or we just really need to think about what it is that that we will need as a council in order to support, year over year renewals of that thing. And I think it's important for us to look at it every year and make sure that we are not that we're not creating a situation where people just want to come here because we have really great services that are very generous. And I wish we could have great services that are generous, but we also have a stormwater situation.
Right.
And lots of other things too. But I would support funding for outside of cold weather too in some way.
So I would say this generally puts us in, and then I'll get to you, in a place where it sounds like we're going to have further conversation on this one. So now I do want to start to hammer down with staff and council as well, like what specific ask and requests do we have to go ahead and knock out our next meeting, and then we'll go, I'm sorry, Mike did have his hand up real quick. Did you have and then I'll.
That you're saying exactly.
Okay, there we go, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, and that's where I was headed. If we could get information from you, Rita, on how many calls you've gotten from the PD, from the hospital, and from the fire department that ended up being directed to housing. If you have any data, I know you're reaching off the top of your head, pulling out from the cobwebs back here. If there's anything there that shows we had some EMS reach out to the Northland Assistance, would be helpful. And then Tom, I know that we get into this discussion fairly often on when are we breaching that public-private benefit piece. And I don't know if I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you could look into if it has any precedent of any kind.
You can do that before the next meeting as well.
If you notice the resolutions that we've used to pass before one of these, if you carefully read some of the whereas clauses, that's what I'm concerned about, okay? And there does have to be, and let me look in this and work with Mike, staff, and we'll come back hopefully with the right answer for you.
And I can provide the monies that I have spent since the beginning of this year. They're in two different categories. I enter everything into the computer. We use the MAC system. So if it's under North Kansas City cold weather, that's a whole separate thing. But if we've housed anybody that's not under cold weather, I can pull that data up. Now, I cannot tell you if it was the police department, a social worker, or whatever who referred that, but anybody we've housed that it's not been cold weather has been one of the circumstances we're talking about. So that's the only other time we do it.
So you're not tracking where the call came in from, or like how they got to you?
No, we don't have any ability to do that in our MAC system, but what I can do is say, 10 people, for the sake of argument, from the 1st of January, we funded with agency funds as opposed to monies from North Kansas City. And these are not just people I let come off the street and we go, oh, here, have a hotel room. They come to me from referrals. So I can give you some preliminary data, but no, we don't keep track of the police calls and other kinds of things. We can, but we have not. I can give you some preliminary data.
If you can, please do it. That will be very helpful to inform.
No problem.
Oh, there we go. Saper's coming over the dice.
Yeah, I would also appreciate if you could break that out by single individuals and families.
Okay, it's generally single, but when we enter them in, we put everybody who is involved in that unit that we put in. All that stuff goes into a database. What I can't do is tell you who specifically over the last, beginning of this year sent me what.
Yeah, that's
But if
not
it's been
necessary.
spent with agency funds, it's been because it wasn't cold weather.
All right, so I'll wrap this up. we will do this again. Data, one key piece, largely that'll
I'll
land
get
on
it-
you and
I
or
get it
tap
to
on that.
Crystal tomorrow.
Partially, whatever you guys can scrounge up in public safety would be helpful, if anything. He said no. That's fine. That's fine as well. Or no, there's really nothing. They're just kind of okay. Well, then we've got that part done right now. There is not that data there.
Our CAD system is not set up to really monitor who our outgoing calls are to. So that is just not something that we would be able to do. And then even if we could, are they all related to cold weather housing? Are they related to some other service that Northland Assistance Center provides?
Yeah. Okay, then we'll scrap you from this for the moment. Look at that. Nice work. And then another point, which I heard mentioned several times, and I think should just be brought up in the next conversation as well, is considering a max, I guess, number of nights potentially as well. We can all debate that as an
And I
item
can
in the
share that
next-
data with you too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if
Neat
we
link
put
to
them
say.
in the hotel, all that information is entered into the computer. So if we put them there for 2 nights and it's under agency funds and not cold weather, that's a real simple report to pull up, and I can get that to Crystal tomorrow.
And I think you understand, Joe, the way staff, I think you understand the direction we're going here, right, Mike? Like, because I delineate the two. Cold weather, there's probably not a maximum night, right? If it's under whatever, it's that cold.
Yeah.
We're talking some of the other, I guess, is what I'll call the second MOU for now, for
This
lack
would
of
be
a better term.
other lodging. That's what I want to see if we can, is council looking for a draft MOU next time it's on the agenda?
I'll say, because I don't know how dramatically different it would be from the weatherness. Well,
Right.
never mind.
It's
Never
just
mind. I
what
strike that.
services
There's a lot
will
of
be
stuff
covered
specific
will be
to
the-
temperature and that sort of stuff. I'd say the outline should generally probably be the same, and then we can further debate. Because it's not going to be approvable next meeting there. How about that?
Right, okay.
We'll
So
continue
just
in a
another-
draft status. Yeah, if we have a shell, and we can fill in some blanks.
Perfect.
And then we can move on to another meeting and work on approval.
All right.
Because I don't think we're going to have it all resolved next meeting either.
And I'll
but,
get you that
we will.
data too.
Yeah.
So that you know what we've spent agency funds on as opposed to cold weather funds on.
Yeah.
And how many nights and how many people. I can pull that all up in a report.
There you go. So I
From
guess-
the first of the year, I could even do it for last year if need be. Yeah. Well,
There we go. So thank you. Thank you for coming out this
No
evening.
problem. I'll get that
and
information,
I think
Crystal.
you good, Mike, on we'll target, 2-week draft, and I don't know, do we have another free week break or not? We'll go next meeting and then the meeting after. That's what we'll say here. Next meeting, we'll have some sort of shell of something, further debate. If we can come to some sort of conclusion, then approve after. Yeah. Doable. Thank you. Number.
Thank you for your time.
Next number.
10.
10.
Update on strategic plan.
All right.
All right. Sorry, am I not sitting close enough? Is this? I feel like I've got to be right up. There we go. Per request, we put the strategic plan up on here for discussion. I thought, we'd just start stepping through, unless there's other.
Go ahead, Councilmember Smith.
Rather than stepping through, because it's a mini-page document, are there any specific questions that any council members have seen during the strategic plan review?
I would go ahead and step through.
You're going to go step through the whole thing?
I'll do a quick step through. I mean, you don't have to explain all of them. If it's done, it's done, right? Like
Right.
this is the point of the update.
Yeah.
Like goal 1 and goal 2. How about this? We'll skip
Right.
those and talk about those in the next items.
Those are on tonight.
Okay, then
Correct.
we'll move on to the next.
Exactly.
And then I'll just.
All right.
I don't know. Councilmember Fitzgerald, did you have something particular? Hold on. Let's do it this way too. You have something particular real quick.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have anything on financial goal 1 or goal 2. I guess just for saying it, I was one that requested this, so thank you for putting it together. Just kind of the genesis of my thought was, although it's mostly the same group, we do have a new council seated as of the last meeting, and we're getting to the budget part of the year, so I thought it'd be, a lot of the budget's going to be driven by the goals, so it'd be a good time to revisit and have this fresh in our minds. And then the second piece being, before last meeting in April, I had compared the version of the document attached to the agenda, I guess, to the initial time this was published in August 23, and a number of items hadn't changed. So just wanted to, I'm not sure if there may be work being done. It just wasn't necessarily reflected on the tracker files. So thought it might be good to get a few updates on a couple of those items too.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I was going to partially ask for the step through, because for the same sort of reason. Although we're really landing on.
All right, still in financial stewardship, goal 2, pursue federal, state grants, both direct and pass-through. The action steps, we're pursuing grant opportunities for city projects and programs, discuss the pros and cons with the city council before proceeding the applications. So as you'll see in the status, we have pursued grants, just kind of paraphrasing through here. Some are awarded to the city, the Burlington Water Line, $700,000. That was from the county ARPA funds. River Forest Park, $1.25 million, covered approximately half of that. The Aerial Park in One North, we were also the administrator, $1.4 million grant on that, and then 2 planning grants for the multi-county barrier removal trail, and a study for the trail on the riverfront levee. Additionally, we did, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was thinking about, it'll come up later. So any questions regarding grants or?
Yeah, I just know we have the grant tracker as well as.
Right.
Apparently I printed off my page here, so. As well as, as long as we keep updating that, that's been
right
looking good. Questions on the grant side? Okay, no, I guess I'll just thought some of my other general requests, and I've already talked to you kind of about some of this. It might be helpful on some of these to have some sort of anticipated start date and expected completion date. Obviously, not everyone thinks going to have a short completion date, but just some ballpark on some of that. It might be also helpful to understand kind of what department's responsible for what on that. Obviously, you have current status, but that's kind of my, clerical little updates there. That might be helpful. I mean, and if we could find some sort of key performance indicators on some of these, so we can kind of measure success, that would be, and progress, good as well. But obviously, that's a little bit more time intensive because that'd be pretty individualized on every item. But sorry, we'll move on to the next page. Goal 3.
Goal 3, both of these modernize and streamline water sewer billing, business license, and all other permits. Action, I want to, research, develop, and bring forward strategy to the governing body for upgrades to the city's permitting software systems. I will speak to the business licenses. Next week, we begin what we'll call beta testing on software. To streamline that. We want to implement it for 2025's business licenses. We expect it to take the approval process down from weeks to days. But we begin testing that next week. Staff seeing what areas we can come up with.
I know previously we've talked about outsourcing the water sewer billing, I believe, or long forming it. Or
yes.
Both. Where are we, what's our next action step on that one?
So we're running, the size of our number of customers is presenting a problem with some software. Some are saying we're too small, so we're still working through identifying someone that meets, the level that we're looking for, but we have, that's not as concerned with our size, basically. Fair way to put it.
Everyone wants the big contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so while we're just on permits, what about all the other, this is all other permits, kind of the catch-all of short-term conditional use and excavate or whatever, right away, kind of all the above?
So yeah, we have been in touch with Tyler Software regarding to online permitting, and we have got a quote from them. We're in the process of discussing with them about the Tyler payment. That is what the business license is utilizing, and try to figure out our funding mechanism for online permitting. And that'll come up in weeks as well.
as I turn off my mic, thank you there. Make sure everyone got that as well. Councilmember Fitzgerald.
This was just one of the items where the status tracker had been updated, but it sounds like a lot of work has been done. So just, administratively, maybe if we could see more of that, I think would be helpful on the attachment there. And also, it just got me thinking, it's almost a tangent, but because business licenses were mentioned, at one point we had a, how do I phrase it, but it was mentioned that business license renewals weren't sent out for a number of years, I believe. Whatever came of that?
Not necessarily, right. We can, they're working on it right now. I know they have made progress. I'll let Nick fill it.
Yeah, my goal with that is before we get to the 25 renewal process, to come back with just a lot of data on that to give you an update on where we're at. We've had a lot of good conversations with businesses. Part of the drive to get the renewal system completely online is because there were a lot that weren't getting to businesses. One of the things that actually changed with this last round was we actually got to see who didn't get it, which in prior years that was an issue. So we've been a little bit more methodical with that, and the goal is hopefully sometime this summer we can give you a full update I think with better data than what we did before. So that is the goal and expectation with that, in conjunction with making the improvements that we have with the online portal.
We love data. Thank you. Any more on this? Obviously, the next ones can't be complete until the next one's complete. Our last one's complete. All right, we'll skip to the next page. Oh, sorry. Councilman Fitzgerald had one.
One potential goal I wanted to suggest, I thought financial stewardship might be the best spot for this, but there were several significant deficiencies on our most recent financial statement audit. I think they're ongoing, actually, on all of our audits. As part of interviewing our new city financial advisor company, that entity indicated that they could help us with updating our policies and procedures and internal control design. So if there would be support from the rest of the council, I'd like to see a financial goal added of removing those significant deficiencies from the next audit report.
Okay, removing? I guess the goal's 0, but reducing. How would you like to see
that? Removing.
Removing.
Yeah,
We can do removing.
there's
He
different
loves-
tiers
yeah,
of
yeah.
finding, and that's the lower of the two tiers that
I
has
will
to
leave
get
that to you
reported.
then.
So
There you go.
if
You
it
got it,
goes
removing.
away, we're good.
I would support that amendment. This council, any opposition to adding that to the strategic plan item? No? Okay. Then we will have that added. All right. Was that good, Mike?
Yeah, just making sure I get.
Yeah, okay. Got it. All right, good to go. Now we are on community works.
All right, goal 1, 1 and 1, develop resilient and sustainable green strategies, adopt native tree and plant policy. So the action, this policy should include native grasses, pollinator plants and trees to support natural habitats and stormwater management. So we've begun to develop the internal guidelines for planting in city-owned properties. I know, just this week alone and last week there have been discussions amongst all of us. But an RFP is not out yet, but
Yeah, we've developed a scope for a native plant policy. What we'd like to do is bring on a landscape architect to help us with that idea and kind of develop, working with community development, working with some citizens that find interest in it, what that would look like. I did want to add one thing to this. We are this year updating our tree master plan, which was originally constructed in 2017. It's actually recommended from the Missouri Department of Natural Conservation that we update it only every 10 years, but it was actually talked about last year about getting that more up to date and updating the GIS information that shows the locations of the city-owned trees. So we are doing that this year. Davy Tree Resource Group is about to kick off that, which kind of goes along with this, kind of a separate thing, but at the same time related. So just want to add that in.
Thank you. So I guess that's where I'd go back to, I guess I'm sounding like Connor. No, I'll go back to my previous And that's where like some of the dates would be helpful on here and having some idea. 'Cause again, reading several of these and like we're drafting an RFP, but that's not the most helpful thing to me. Rather than
Milestone.
when's that going to be
We
done?
expect
When
it.
we get issued, yeah. Like what is that next action date? I know I said beginning and end, but each one might have a different date that's relevant. So like for me, it'd be again, when are we going to have an ordinance for a policy or a resolution, whatever we're going to do with that? When do we have this RFP? And again, I stupidly printed my sheet larger than my sheet of paper, so I can't read what the rest of the last one is, but I'm sure we're taking some sort of action there, whatever the date on that action is as well. Oh, you're a page ahead of me. Oh, there. My laptop was in the way I could read the monitors. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Completion of the expanded policy. Oh, okay, then that'd be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The next two, implement, all city-owned flower beds, and then partner with Missouri DOC to encourage, equip residents to plant native trees, plants, and their property. Those are going to be based off of the first one.
All right, and then next page. Let's see, kind of the same.
All right.
I was on the wrong page.
Also in line with that, consider adding a requirement for new development to incorporate the city's native tree and plant policy. That'll come from the completion. This will come and be brought to the council from the completion of the expanded policy as well. So we're pointing back to that RFP. Next, work to address urban heat effect, the action step, sustainability plan. Staff's working on the RFP for the city sustainability plan. Additionally, Mark has asked for regional cooperation support for their pursuit of a $50,000 EPA grant for green infrastructure contractor training. The city contribution is $150 and a letter of support. Again, in line with what you were saying, Mayor DeLong, I mean, adding the wins and, yeah.
I think that'd be helpful, and then you don't have to hear me as much either.
No.
I just read it on the agenda and I move on.
Absolutely. Continue developing the city's tree canopy and complete tree inventory, as Anthony mentioned, or did you mention? Yeah, the tree inventory. We're working on that right now. Any questions? Nope. All right. Still develop resilient and sustainable green strategies. Consider expanding landscaping requirements for new development to incorporate more tree canopies and green spaces. This will be analyzed in the sustainability plan mentioned above.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these tie back to the impetus, the start of it. Next, replace NKC vehicles with hybrid electric vehicles to work toward a green fleet. So, yeah, to date, Public Works has 2 EVs. Fire Department has 1, and then last week or the week before, the Police Department picked up an EV. So we've got 4 right now.
We have it, or is it being retrofitted now?
It's being
Or it's been
outfitted.
ordered.
No, we have it.
Oh, we have it.
It's being outfitted.
Or
though.
outfitted, yeah, right, yeah. How are those mowers going, Anthony?
Mowers have been a little bit of a learning curve, but they are functioning and being used by the water division for mowing the pumping station areas.
Learning curve.
Yeah, the weight balance is a little bit different on them. So when we mow the levees, they're on a slope. And we did test that beforehand. We knew that was kind of going to be a challenge, but with the battery, where the weight is on that, it's a little bit
Got it.
change.
So
But ongoing is good. And actually, it's
good clean cut. We can
it's good clean cut. Yes.
Okay.
I think it's 4 electric trucks we're up to now, including the fire departments, and then as Mike said, Kevin's EV. Dwayne's, yeah.
Dwayne's, right, and John's, that's right, yeah.
Go ahead if you guys.
And we
So,
continue to go
right.
ongoing, implementing charging infrastructure in the city facilities. That's kind of an ongoing issue, or ongoing task we're completing.
All right, thank you.
4 hybrids, okay. Yeah. All right, so pursue grant funding for electric vehicle infrastructure and public spaces. Staff's been working with Olson on an EV charging plan. I think here in the near future, we're ready to bring that.
Yeah. So that's kind of a separate thing from the internal fleet, looking at our, looking at our internal vehicles versus looking at public charging infrastructure. So the project with Olson is a public infrastructure charging plan for the city, identifying locations where it makes sense to add public charging stations, how many, and how to grow that program over time. Also how to financially pay for that program and implement that program with a staff capacity. That plan also does look at different funding sources through the IIJA fund, different federal grants that are out there. And we hope to bring that maybe second meeting here in May or first in June.
Good. Renovate Town Square. You may get this one. I got this. So
Yeah.
we're still
Yeah,
working
go
on the parcel of land that is from Swift into Town Square that we need to work on some sort of agreement on to complete this project, as well as I guess I can probably go ahead and say the call the other day. So Congressman Cleaver called me the other day, let me know he's going to submit a $1.2 million grant on behalf of the city for this project as well. So let's go through the appropriation process. May get cut to 0, may get cut to 50%. We don't know. But he's going to submit this as part of the appropriations package for federal fiscal year 25. So good news on that, which then gives us some time to, again, finish this. And I have some meetings I'm working on setting up with the neighboring property owners here in the next month and change, depending on calendars, to start to hammer in their support of the plan as well. And so there's that.
So we think we'll be able to acquire the land needed?
Yeah, it's not going to be, this is like minor things. It's minor design sort of stuff. Councilmember Smith.
Well, that was kind of my question too. So when we talked about it before, it was NT Realty owned that entry off of Swift, and then it changed hands in the big sale.
Yep.
So we never locked it down in the interim.
Correct.
No. Yeah, so now dealing with Armor District, LLC, and associated folks.
Perfect.
Yep. But very amenable, very open, either some sort of long-term easement or potentially a sale for a dollar sort of thing. That's been on the table for conversation so far, but need to work on some final kind of conceptual stuff with them so they're happy with what's happening on their portion of the land as well. So that's where that is. And then I'll skip back over to you. Do we want to do the Parks and Rec goals, or do we want? Okay.
Just mentioned that those, the Parks and Rec Board, handling the rebuild of the Howell Street Playground for inclusive play, and then the outdoor basketball courts. But they are in here. All right, 3, infrastructure. These 3 up here are the goal 1, connect and improve transportation infrastructure, both within NKC and regionally. First action step, continue to implement the Burlington Corridor project. We're still in the property acquisition phase, I think is the fair way to put it. We have had continued discussion with MoDOT. They have, just so the council knows, they have made some requests. Additional requests from previous MoDOT staff. They pretty much, I don't know, all turned over, basically from the beginning.
Legal counsel had a little weight off his shoulders on that item this time. Now it's MoDOT's fault. We're waiting on MoDOT.
It is. Well,
yeah.
We are,
more so.
They've had some comments, I'd say some changes, changing requests to the original design as far as signage for safety of the bikers, for turning cars and whatnot. So we're still working on that.
That was my question.
All right.
And that impacts the acquisition of property, because we don't know if we've acquired things that we don't need, and we don't know if we need to acquire additional things. Things being property interest, I'm sorry.
So when I'm 140 years old, we'll have this all figured out.
So
Dead for 60.
next one. Can continue to implement the bike master plan. So step, it's on the next, or 2, 3 items down on the discussion, or you'll hear about that tonight.
Yeah,
Is that-
yep.
Yep. Pursue developing and connecting the trail systems. Staff's still working. Shu, I'll just you're going to give a better update than me.
Sure. So this levy district thing over here for the multi-county removal trail project, that $60,000 was not accurate. It was actually for the Riverfront Levee Trail. I don't remember if all of you, back in March, to talk about the draft of this particular feasibility study. We're getting close to conclude the recommendation for this particular recreational trail that's going to be located at the riverfront, not on top of the levee, but between the levee and the riverbank over there. So I believe here in June, very soon, or latest in July, you'll see a full report on this one. And then from there, we can talk about implementation, whether we will go after some funding mechanism or grants to pursue this construction or not. And then the multi-county barrier removal trail project over here now has a new name. It's called Missouri River North Trail. So this particular item is actually in partner with Kansas City, Missouri, and the Riverside. So as far as I can tell, the final alternative routes has not been determined yet. So we will keep you tuned. There will be a upcoming open house host in North Kansas City at our Parks and Rec building. I'll give you the dates when that's nailed down.
All right. Next action step, continue pursuing regional transportation systems, including public transit, as council is well aware, except Councilmember McGrone maybe. A lot of time was spent with KCATA and ridership. So we're through that, 4 months into the new contract in the 5th month. It ends in December, so those discussions will be coming up as you had mentioned. Budget season is
Something to look forward to. KCATA back
yeah,
out here.
we'll have more discussions.
Can't wait to see Bryce. I missed him.
Yeah. So improve pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalk gaps, widths, safety improvements at pedestrian crossings at 10th and Atlantic. They're in the design phase. We're ready to go out for bid.
The design is complete. We're going to acquire 2 permanent sidewalk easements, hopefully with the party we're working with down there at 10th and Atlantic, and then, it's ready for RFQ, or RFP, I'm sorry.
And then we've been fixing ADA ramps with a focus on still 21st and 23rd.
Yeah, a lot of that was done last fall, 21st and 23rd. There's been a lot of improvements, as you can see just out here. The idea there, again, was connecting the neighborhood over here to City Hall, the high school, library, the new apartment complex, going back and forth through that movement, and then into the downtown streetscape, which then continues on into the downtown area. One thing I did want to add on that is last year there was a lot of conversation about filling in a sidewalk gap on Buchanan Street between Armour Road and 18th Avenue. That is currently under construction, and actually my staff comment later, I have kind of an update on that. We want to maybe expand that a little bit more into something more complex, but probably a really good pedestrian improvement for the area. So I'll touch on that a little later.
Within budget?
Within budget, yes. Always within budget.
Next, any questions on the last one? The next one, update the NKC parking management plan and include an accessible parking strategy. We don't have a date. It will start as soon as possible, but with the addition, we'll peg an anticipated date on that with the addition of the information. That's a safe way to put that.
Would it be
Fair
too
way.
soon to ask if we think that'll still be this fiscal year? I just saw it was budgeted for this year, so I was wondered if we'd get to it or not.
So that was intentionally being put on hold for a while because we were going to update our master plan, and the original plan was to update our master plan in 2026. That will be its 10-year life cycle. But we have been embracing a lot of questions regarding to the master plan to give us some sort of guidance for our future development. And there are a lot of changes throughout the past decade. So we believe it is a sense of urgency that we feel to update the master plan as soon as possible. So the next fiscal year, the plan is to update the master plan, and the parking management plan will be a component in the master plan when we go out for bidding and go through that process.
Gotcha, so maybe
Yeah.
roll that budget
So
over
we'll
to
roll
next
that
year's.
budget
So
together
we
to
good?
the next year.
Strike this off this then?
So do you
I
want
mean,
that?
I don't know what how do you guys want to handle that? Just leave it and let it roll, or?
We can leave it off
can
there
change
for
the
right now.
status.
Yeah, just a
to-
solid
to
status
say
update
that
then,
it'll-
that it's not happening any, yeah, until,
Will be part of the master plan
as she
update.
described. Yes.
Complete a fiber technology audit. The city's operating and maintenance agreement with NOCIX expired, or expires September 2020. No, sorry. 27. I apologize because we did the 3-year
I hope we did more.
extension. Develop a strategy to sustain the operations. A scope of work has been developed, but you're right, this one has been in this camp for some time. That's our goal, is to get the RFP out.
But we will not be renegotiating with NOCIX in '24.
No.
Okay, I saw
No.
that on here.
Three-
I was
right.
worried with the
Yep,
timing of the audit.
I apologize for that. I just saw that as well. No, 27.
20.
It was a 3-year extension.
Yeah, and we extended last September, right?
Yeah.
So it should be 26.
I had- Well,
4, 5, 6.
Oh, but the contract wasn't until,
Oh, so it
negotiations won't
extended
happen
the
prior
end
to that,
of
but I
the
think it's.
24 contract.
We're somewhere in
3
that realm, I think.
yeah, it ended, we had to do so a year out.
a year ahead. I got you.
I'll verify, but
How about this? It's not in 2024.
it is not.
There we go.
Absolutely.
We'll go with that one for now. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Next, explore connecting multifamily structures to the fiber network. If private property owners are amenable, connect the existing multifamily properties to Link City network utilizing ARPA funding. So that we do know that the new multifamily developments have incorporated fiber into their development. Now, whether or not they choose to connect to Link City is up to them. But we do know that they're incorporating that ability. So I don't know, though, on the existing, whether or not they are.
Here we go.
Address stormwater issues such as, erosion, address the erosion issues impacting homeowners' businesses. We did hire Terracon to do the study at River Forest Park that will be part of the construction. The stream, I know we had it surveyed and have not had the public forum yet. And I know, when I was prepping, I prepared for this as well. So it will, we will contact Department of Conservation, Department of Natural Resources. Those were the two where they can provide, I'd say assistance, whether or not it's education to the owners, the property owners.
You're speaking of Seminole.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Yes. Sorry, I didn't say that out loud. But yes, I knew this was coming. So, that will get set up. It will, because it was one of those oh crap moments preparing for this. So, yeah. That's that. All right. Economic development. Goal 1, collaborate on adaptive reuse and redevelopment opportunities, especially in areas with older building stock. Work with governing body to amend the city's incentive policy This was done in February of '24. So that, I mean, that feels, I don't know.
Stamp it complete, I don't know.
Right, and is that I guess part of the, that council would like to see, part of the dates or the milestone is a completed one and recognize that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do confetti. Done.
Number 2, work to support housing and homeownership goals. Action step, incorporate affordable housing into any incentive request for multifamily developments. Again, reference the strategic plan, the economic development incentive policy from February. No specific affordable housing requirements were added to amend the policy.
But we were going to tackle that on a individual item basis was the
Development.
goal. Yeah, yeah. That might be one I might just leave on there anyways.
Okay.
Even though I know it kind of screws with probably the flow here a little bit.
Why leave it on if we've already discussed it and put pieces into the policy that we felt relevant?
I mean, just because I talked about before, I mean, the goal is incorporate affordable housing into any incentive request. I would think it'd be good to track that as well, but if council doesn't want to track that, that's fine as well. I mean, I'd like to see us stay on our strategic plan, but I'm up to whatever. I could see it either way. That was a yes and a no, and maybe so. I don't know.
I'd say take it off.
If we're not planning on changing anything with it imminently.
It's not guiding any current or future decisions at this point.
I say leave it on because I still see it as something that will guide future decisions as developments come to council. If this goal is still there, even though we didn't add anything specific to overarching incentive developments, we did have a discussion about how we would individually kind of look at those on a one-off basis. And so I still want it to be kind of at the forefront of our minds when we see those come across our desk, if that makes sense.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah, it's almost like a policy statement and a commitment to continue keeping this as a priority, and I think we should keep it on there very definitely.
Other comments? Like I'm a stalemate here. Leave it for now. I don't know. I know it's going to hurt being on. I don't know.
Leave it.
There we go.
All right. Next action step, goal, or action step, sorry. Explore ways to increase homeownership opportunities. We've had preliminary discussions about land banks or land trusts, but nothing real in-depth or.
Are those, you're talking about like external agencies, right? You've been
Correct.
working on, or previous.
So there is a task force of municipalities here in the region that are looking at this. A preliminary report has been issued. I do believe Mid-America Regional Council, specifically First Suburbs Coalition, is looking at this. There is some policy that would need to be looked at, perhaps even some statewide policy would need to be enacted to allow kind of a lot of municipalities to come together. There is a lot of efficiencies of doing I hate to use the word regional, but maybe multi-agency land bank. It's the same administrative burden for 1 versus 3 municipalities, so there is some sharing of resources that could go on. It is something that I do believe Mid-America Regional Council is looking at potentially holding a session later on, even this calendar year, to get some policymakers, specifically elected officials, to kind of get an understanding of where the region is going on a lot of the old tax abatements for affordable housing are aging out with over the next 5 years. I know the mayor has been part of some of these conversations as well, is that, pretty much over the next 10 years, we could lose 50% of our affordable housing stock that is subsidized through tax credits. So kind of where that is what happens when that comes off. So as well as just putting together some programs, land bank, first-time home buyer programs, those type of bigger toolkits that would allow people to, become homeowners.
I think Mark I don't know if it's Mark that did it, put out a pretty good map as well. With data.
Yeah, they
Really just
actually
all
have
that.
a pretty amazing data. It's through their GIS. It's a data story that really kind of shows, you can slide the timer, and it shows when you spin, the metro area in the next 10 years, how many of those credits come off the rolls.
Thank you. All right, no, I'm on the wrong page again. But we're getting there. Small
Next,
business, exploring KC.
develop programs to support small businesses located in KC. So explore a small business grant program with a focus on startup businesses. We budgeted for it this year. But
So some of the challenge we are having is the state constitution.
We don't worry about that.
So
Tom.
the gentleman to my left might have a thought about that.
He's not paying attention. We're good.
So some of what kind of staff is looking at right now is, can we go after some state funding, which has different spending authorities on it, to be able to use some of those statewide CDBG or community development block assistance. We don't qualify, we're too small, so we would have to put together some kind of petition to go after the state to receive those kind of fundings, which would allow grant funding for private use. This is where the challenge comes in when you're getting into the state constitution.
Thank you. Exploring KC. Is that back to you? You get
yeah.
I think we hit your section.
So there is some conversations about reinvigorating Exploring KC. We have been chatting with the Business Council as well as the River North District about what could that look like for us, as well as there is some regional conversation about perhaps, as you know, the county has kind of reestablished their Visitors Bureau. And would it be possible for us to, there are a lot of cities that are interested in kind of more of a localized tourism program. A lot of us are smaller. We don't have full-time staff who kind of works in this field, as well as there's some power bargaining. When you're buying media, it is more advantageous for you to pool your resources and perhaps timeshare some of these, especially the electronic billboards, meaning that you're working with Lamar, you're doing a large media buying, and then you are breaking up those for an incentive, but you're buying them as a package.
All right, thank you. Development.
Next, explore the development of city-owned land to meet the city master plan objectives. So on this one, part of it is ownership and parts. It's the slip lane, Jerry. So right now, we're verifying that we legally own everything within it from when it was transferred. We're verifying that.
And do we? We believe we do. Feeling pretty confident now? We've already moved forward on this?
We received a title report,
Then it'll be taken care of.
which I'm in the process of reviewing.
Oh, there we go. See, that's a good update.
So as soon as that's reviewed,
There's my page.
we'll get right on it. That was budgeted for this year, so that's what we were waiting for. All right. Engaged organization. So goal 1, aggressively recruit for boards and commissions. Citizens Academy, that has gone well. I mean, it's
And I threw out at the Clay County State of the Cities, but something we may explore is, I'll bring it up again in this context, maybe open up to additional stakeholders, business owners.
We would like to. Again, our participation was
once we
kind
get
of
to that, yeah.
lower. So what we're thinking of is for the fall class to kind of open it up to residents for a time bracket, kind of really encourage them, and then after that, expand it out to business owners.
Yeah.
That way, we have a full class.
Because I find, some of the same questions I get in the community from residents, kind of about how things operate. It's the same thing I'm usually getting on the business side, which is a slight twist, but usually looking for the same sort of thing. So, thank you. Be good.
next is Equity Inclusion Committee. Currently, 3 of the 9 appointments to the committee are vacant. We're waiting on.
Do we know which?
Is that
3?
right?
Do we know? That sounds right.
Yeah. That was my answer last week when going
Katie's got the open
through.
one.
Is that
Katie, Linda. All right. Yeah.
right?
I'll email that out. We'll get that sorted.
Last
There you go.
time-
Which ones?
Trying to visualize, yeah, okay.
We also have 2 vacancies on
I
the
haven't
planning
received
commission.
Never received any. You're still there. Still there.
Do we have applicants?
Yeah. I probably have like 50 of them. I don't know. Over time. I mean, this is the list that goes back like 6 years.
Is there, I mean, I don't know if you know is there a time frame where seats need to be filled by any kind of ordinance?
No.
Because this is what,
We also haven't had any meetings.
at least one.
We, with one vacant. Yes. No, there's no timeline. That's set by state statute.
There
I
are
believe.
3 on the EIC board that are vacant.
Yeah.
It seems we're not aggressively getting this done. Let's get aggressive with it.
Should we modify this goal, the action steps, to be broader than just Citizens Academy and just cover keeping all of the, boards and committees full?
That was my understanding of the goal, is that they should all, be it planning commission, parks, all of it be getting people involved, aggressively recruiting for these, because they're important. Library board, all of it. I think action steps, these are just some of the action steps.
Understood.
So we leave Citizens Academy kind of on its own as a recruitment, and then any chance, or, all right. Diversity recruiting provides many tangible benefits for performance, innovation, productivity, and a richer candidate pool. Diverse workforce offers broader range of skills, experience, including increased language and cultural awareness and different approaches to problem solving. So we continue to be active with the school district programs, including the career fairs, mentorship, guest speaker programs, to increase the student awareness and career opportunities. And we'll say it was last week we had I'll call it a ride-along, but it was was she a sophomore?
She was
Very
a
aggressive here.
junior. So she came and did a job shadow event, and actually she's very interested in municipal court. So I think she's going to come back on a municipal court night. She is interested in becoming a municipal court staffer, which honestly is the first time I've ever had that in my entire career, so I was very excited.
She hadn't been to one yet. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
It's going to be awesome.
No,
But
they're-
no,
they're
we have
Really.
participated pretty heavily in the mentorship program as well as the job fairs. Really, ours is a very long-term lens with this. It's really just getting into more arenas that are outside of what we normally do. Again, we're widening our net, trying to make sure that we are getting in front of diverse audiences and hoping that through that we can perhaps get more people to apply for local government. Maybe that's something they never even considered before.
Goal 3, develop and implement an organizational development training plan. Local government's people-powered, ensuring our staff are adequately trained and developed is key strategy for our attraction and retention. So we have developed a career pathing component, including the internal training plans that have been implemented this year. Additionally, we had 4 go through the KU leadership course last fall. One from Parks, I think, one from Streets, Buildings and Grounds, one from Admin, and 2 from Public Works. That's right. Yeah. That was pretty cool to go see them graduate. One gave the speech at the graduation. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So goal 4, develop and implement a succession plan for crucial city positions. So training needs, we've done that. We went through that last summer. They've been identified through the career pathing component of the succession plan, but we also budgeted funds this year, and we'll continue to do that to make sure our staff get the training and keep learning.
That's the end.
Questions?
There you go. Questions come. No, I appreciate all the updates, and that's good. So if we can add some of those things in the future and kind of get that, I mean, I just like reading on the agenda better than I do.
I have notes.
Going through all of this like this as well. No, and I'd like to thank Mike again, because last weekend, was it last, I'm losing track of time again. Last weekend, we were up here on Sunday, working through the appropriations application process. So we got notified on Thursday, Friday.
Afternoon, late Thursday.
Yeah, it was like Thursday evening. It was like Thursday at 5 or something that says, hey, the appropriations process is now open.
Right.
And get your application in by Monday at 5.
Yeah, it's due Monday.
Very nice. So yeah, we met up and spent a couple hours here on Sunday kind of evaluating different projects and figuring out how to categorize them. And we submitted 3 projects. Mike was
No,
here
3
even longer
hours.
than I, 3 hours.
No.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, Mike was here even longer than I was. But yeah, we did a little bit of sorting of things, and then he knocked out the application process. So appreciate the updates and getting that done as well. Wow. Crystal, you there? Okay. Number 11. I'll just go ahead and say it there. Marijuana and use tax. Well, I wasn't sure. You
I
were.
think that everybody kind of.
I know everyone's waking back up
Everybody
now.
wants a 5-minute break.
We get a bio break?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, we'll be on break. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. We are back in business.
Number 11,
Oh, thank you.
marijuana and use tax.
Somewhere.
Good evening, Mayor. We're trying to liven you back up again, so we're changing chairs around. So one of the things in the strategic plan is to evaluate the marijuana and use tax. These are some of the tools in the toolkit for municipalities to help fund operations. So we're going to give kind of a little bit of a financial overview so that you can kind of see what kind of impact these tools would make on the city's finances, and then get into some of the history and the legalese, as it were, of how and why you can use these. So I'm going to hand it over to Nick.
So good evening. As Kim mentioned, I'm going to just talk briefly about the financial projections and the impact on our general fund and transportation fund forecasts. I'll also just kind of give a very brief background on the general fund, transportation fund, and parks fund that all house sales taxes and would be impacted by potential passage of a use tax for North Kansas City. But first, looking at the use tax, so again, Kim will give more of a history and background on these revenue sources, but generally it follows our current sales tax structure. So we have 4 different sales taxes in the city, a general 1% and a public safety 0.5%, which are both housed in our general operating fund. And we have a 0.5% for transportation, and recently a 1/4 cent sales tax for parks. So when we receive the use tax, how that would generally go is it would go to those funding sources and be divided how it currently is with our sales tax. Looking at what other cities have collected that have passed a use tax, we're estimating that we would collect about 20% of our current sales tax collection. So across those 4 revenue sources, that would currently generate about $2.25 million annually. The offset with those additional funding sources on the general fund side, that would primarily hit our operating budget. 80% of our general fund is personnel, so wages and benefits. So the portion that would of that use tax would support basically continuing operations. When we get to the transportation and parks, those would primarily hit some of our bigger ticket operating items, such as KCATA bus service, snow removal operations, capital costs. Similarly, in parks, it would just, we're very early on in that sales tax, but it would help with capital and operating and maintenance items there. On the marijuana tax, with a 3% estimate, again, we're very early in terms of those projections, but we think potentially it could get between $100,000 and $200,000 annually. We would envision that being housed in the general fund and could be used for a number of different purposes that Kim will discuss later. So looking at the forecast, for maybe some of our newer members, we are very conservative in how we forecast revenues and expenditures. On the revenue side, we're looking at projecting out 1% to 2% growth on that side. On the expenditure side, again, it's primarily wages in some of our bigger ticket operating items like general liability insurance that we've seen some significant growth in. We're projecting those out similar to how we've been collecting recently. So
what percentage are you projecting that growth at on the expenditure side?
So on wages, we're looking at about 3%, but we also have a number of other factors that are coming in. We've got union negotiations coming up in the next couple of years. Been kind of conservative on that without knowing what those numbers are going to be. But right now, just a general kind of 3% to 5% on the wages and benefits side. On some of our non-operating or non-wages costs, general liability, we've seen increases in that one of 10 to 15% over the last several years. So we're projecting that out, but relatively flat on some of our other sources, such as supplies, software maintenance agreements, things like that.
Maybe you're going to answer this on a future slide. Oh, how are we currently doing financially this year? You have the projected up here, but are revenues coming in below, at target, above?
Right now, I was just looking at sales tax today. We're at about 2.5% above last year's collections, which would
Actually fill the gap.
it would be currently over what we've budgeted by about 800,000. But that's actually projected that's actually part of our revenue projections is sales tax at its current rate with about a 2% growth. So that's actually following in line with that. Some of our other forms, our franchise fees have remained relatively the same. That's we get a 5% collection on our gas and electric utilities across the city. Those have been flat and partly declining over the last several years. So we've projected that fairly flat. Court revenue is actually up a little bit compared to previous years, but that's about $230,000 out of a $19 million fund. And then another big piece that we get is we do get rental revenue from Harrah's. That's about $3.1 million, and that's been steady / slowly declining over the last couple of years. So actually, on our revenue projections, I'm basing it off of our 2023 actuals and starting with that as our basis point. On the expense side, I am using the 2024 budget as our starting point. We do get savings throughout the year in terms of, positions being vacant for a period of time. We can't really budget for positions to be vacant. So that is driving probably a little bit of the expense increase, but we've also been closer to fully staffed than we have been in quite some time. So that will ebb and flow over the next several years as it has. But it's also something to just be aware of. And, our goal with the budget when we present that in July is to not maybe be as conservative with the revenues and present something that will be closer to a balanced budget than what you've seen in the last couple of years and just give a more accurate
Which is always I'll say my concern with using this chart in this light, and because if you take last year, where we actually show a positive revenue, this year we may end up closer to even. Obviously, visually, this paints a much different picture than the reality.
Well, I mean, if you
This
look
year.
at 2 years ago, we were about $1 million, $1.5 million
Yeah,
above
yeah,
on
you're-
revenue. So
so you're up
now
down, but this is
last
pretty-
year it was 200,000. This year, I think we will get pretty close to even, but I wouldn't also be surprised if we hit that negative balance number this year. But overall, this is just showing the trend that we're on right now. So if we incorporate this next one for the general fund includes both the use and the marijuana taxes added. Again, you see mostly just a slowdown. What this would help out specifically with is operations. So a use tax would go would have a fairly good positive impact on continuing operations. All these projections assume that we make no changes whatsoever to our current structure, and this is what we're doing going forward. There are other revenue sources that I think we would, and we've talked about in previous forecast discussions, that we'd want to look at and see, are we charging the correct amount for permits, licenses? Those are things that we haven't looked at in a number of years, and would also be part of this discussion too. But for right now, for these forecast purposes, we're looking at continuing the same as we have, with just the factor being adding a use of marijuana tax. Transportation fund is going to show a similar thing. The biggest impact that we're going to see on the transportation fund with the use tax would be on capital and support from the gaming fund. So right now, we transfer in about $500,000 from the gaming fund that generally goes towards KCATA operations or bus service. If you added in use tax, which would be about $500,000, you'd open up a number of options. You could either keep that transfer in and do more capital work, or you could reduce the transfer in from gaming and help support those bus operations. So you can see you move quickly from negative to a positive on the transportation fund. But again, that's assuming keeping everything consistent. What that would really open up is being able to play around more on the capital and the support from the gaming fund.
So do you have any questions about this part? No? Okay. So we're going to get into kind of a little bit of the history. I like to kind of do these presentations, that way everybody has the same base of understanding. So this is a relatively new tool in the toolkit. As you will recall, it was a statewide election back in November of 2022. So some of the tools that were in that toolkit is the amendment placed a 6%, and I do want to kind of stress that this is on recreational only. Does not apply to medical. A 6% state sales tax on recreational marijuana purchases, and authorizes local governments, meaning it allows you to contemplate putting another 3% on a ballot for voter approval. So both the use tax and the marijuana tax would need to be voted and approved by majority vote of the residents of North Kansas City. So currently, right now, we have a 7.725% sales tax rate on goods and services here in North Kansas City. The state of Missouri puts another 6% on top of that, and the city council has the ability to place another 3% on top of that. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of a pancake here of what that would look like. And again, we kind of estimate based on, so there are several municipalities, as you guys probably remember. There were a lot of municipalities that put this particular question on the ballot in April. So those sales taxes have begun to roll in, so we kind of have some kind of base of understanding of what that would bring in here in North Kansas City. And again, it would be anywhere between $100,000 and $200,000 annually. These are considered new sales tax, and they'd be allocated, as Nick said, into the general fund. They could be allocated or earmarked for specific purposes. Some of the things that kind of come to staff's minds are the emergency overnight sheltering service. Again, that is a general fund expenditure right now. That could be something that these new revenues could go toward. Public safety operations, Narcan is one of the things that seems to be right now we have some grant funding on. Unsure how long we will have grant funding to offset that particular expense, or capital projects. And I would kind of like to, I think I've got it so that this topic, again, one of the things that we want to do is allow the city council to have some dialogue amongst yourselves of, if you were to pursue this new funding revenue, what would you want to use it on?
I'm trying to recall how this was written. I thought there's some qualification for how that was supposed to be used. Was there nothing? It just says, I thought there's supposed to be some sort of public safety. Maybe not. Maybe that was a contemplated law and didn't get passed. Okay, so it's just open general sales tax. Okay, Councilmember Smith.
So with this and with the next one, I'm gonna take the same stance. I would love to see these go into the general fund. We've had discussions on other revenue sources, other potential things, like when the stadium could have been built here. What would that do to our funds? And one of the struggles was that if we start sending it into earmarked funds, we may get out of balance. It's the same reason I don't like gift cards as gifts. I would rather have cash because it's fungible. You can use it in any way you see fit at any time, rather than pigeonholing it into one specific use that may not end up being needed. So with this one and with the use tax, I'd love to see that all go into the general fund, and then we can make decisions as needed based on that.
Further councilmember comment at the moment. Seeing Councilmember Todd, okay.
Ditto.
Continue on.
Okay, now we'll get on to one that's just a little bit more complicated, which is, what is a use tax? It actually has a very long history. I won't go into every single detail, but I did kind of want you to see how long online or catalog purchases and the non-application of sales tax has been an ongoing conversation here in the United States. It actually began in litigation in 1992. and it was called the Quill decision. And one of the questions was, why should I apply your sales tax when I do not operate, there is no, it's called a nexus or physical indicator of my business activity within your city and state. And that has been challenged multiple times, but really it got some clarity in 2017 with the Wayfair decision. And again, I'm glossing over pretty much a college level dissertation of theoretically how sales taxes are applied to purchases. However, what I want you to understand is that the Wayfair decision was really quite the decision in how sales taxes and what a nexus or physical presence within a municipality is. In June of 2018, pretty much the Quill decision was struck down as unsound and incorrect. Justice Kennedy saw it as and this is a direct quote from his, he's the one who authored the opinion. It was an online sales tax loophole that gives out-of-state businesses an advantage. Remote sellers can avoid the regulatory burdens of the tax collection and can offer de facto lower prices caused by widespread failure of consumers to pay the tax on their own. So this was kind of the guiding light as to where we came to municipalities being able to at least have the conversation. This was a state decision. Again, municipalities, we draw our powers from the state. So why is this important? This was pre-Wayfair, where voter-approved sales tax was only applied to brick and mortar, and you could buy literally that exact same item and usurp the sales tax burdens. And after Wayfair, it was applied equitably. In Missouri, jurisdictions must receive voter approval. The state of Missouri elected to apply their sales tax as a use tax without voter approval. However, they are requiring that municipalities receive voter approval to apply this particular, our local sales tax. So sales taxes are applied at point of sale. Use tax is the sales tax applied to out-of-state sales purchased and used within a taxing jurisdiction. Because the nexus is the sales tax, it is the exact same rate. And the purchases are not double taxed. They would fall into either one category or another. There is some exemptions. The use tax doesn't apply to purchases from Missouri retailer that is subject to Missouri sales tax. And they really wanted to be mindful of those smaller Etsy style of handmade craft fair style of businesses. So they did put 100,000 gross exemption into the legislation that was passed. This is just kind of a visualization, again, of that 7.725. The blue is what is North Kansas City's sales tax rates, and again, it's general transportation, public safety, parks, and our North Kansas City subtotal is 2.25. Like I mentioned, Missouri's, the 4.225 is already applied to online purchases, and a good chunk of Clay County's is as well. Clay County also has a use tax, so the state of Missouri and Clay County both have a use tax. So if you do any online purchases from Amazon, you may go, hey, wait a minute, I see I'm getting charged tax. You getting charged part of the tax. North Kansas City sales taxes are not applied because we do not have a use tax. So just as Nick had said, kind of this is what we are estimating, and it is an estimate. I would like to say that sales tax is a very volatile. It waxes and wanes with the economy. If people have money, they spend it, and if they don't, they stop. So it is very volatile, whereas property tax is a more stable income source.
I was just trying to understand the use tax, but say order something online from a company that doesn't have Nexus in Missouri or North Kansas City for that matter. Is that company shipping it responsible for collecting or remitting use tax? Okay, so it's not on the
Correct. It would not be on,
residents to
it would
track
not
that
be
or
on us.
anything.
Correct. It would actually, a lot of that would fall onto MDOR, which is Missouri Department of Revenue.
Okay, yeah, my next
So,
question was
and
gonna
a lot
be
of your
auditing,
much
so I guess they
larger,
handle that.
much larger ones, they are already registered with the Missouri Department of Revenue. And in fact, they're registered with most states because a lot of the states have already implemented it. Missouri was one of the last states to implement any form of use tax or Wayfair obligations. I think Hawaii was the last one. This is actually a little video that probably does a better job than me. And I am going to try not to blow out anybody's eardrums with this. Okay. Or I don't, that doesn't work. I've got it all the way up.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh.
you're not in the.
I'm sorry.
No. Now you're gonna blow your ears out. I'm kidding. Is that the new uniform?
Okay. I am going to.
Even if no. Let us know your ears. I said, is that the new uniform? Is that you up there?
That is you. I'm a little afraid that I'm going to blow everybody's off.
I mean, it's like some Major League Baseball stuff.
Community, streets, and city services? Well, stores and out-of-state vendors such as catalogs don't currently collect any tax to help pay for these things. When you order something online, the delivery
We will
truck
send out
uses your
this
city
link
streets and your local
after.
police.
We're going to move past this. No, we're going to move on.
right, yeah.
We're going to move on. So just kind of a quick, who has a use tax here in the Northland? The city of Kansas City, Clay County, Missouri, Gladstone, Liberty, Claycomo, Kearney, Pleasant Valley, Riverside, Parkville, Sugar Creek, Village of the Oaks, and Oakview here in the Northland have already pursued and were successful in getting a use tax. So again, so some of the things that this could be used on, because it does mirror our current sales tax rate. A question could be placed on an upcoming ballot to require North Kansas City sales tax to be applied to purchases from out-of-state online retailers delivered here in North Kansas City. And I know that Councilmember Smith has already kind of voiced what he would like to do with these revenues, should the city pursue this style of funding mechanism. One of the things that, from the staff side, we're looking at, the voters did vote for those sales tax percentages. A lot of them were voted many, many years ago. They had no idea that that something like this, a Wayfair or court decision, would ever kind of come through and allow a different thought style of revenues. So kind of just, again, and this is ultimately the policymaker's decision, as to how these new revenues, the Missouri state statutes does allow for them. They do view them as general use. So, and again, this is where we kind of, I hate to say, bounce the ball back to you of, would the city council be interested in pursuing use tax? And if so, what would you think about where those revenues would be expended?
Councilmember Fitzgerald. Councilmember Saper.
His hand was up first.
No, I got you this time.
Okay.
I don't want to get accused of missing.
Yeah,
the
I guess I'll
high
go
side
first. I would generally, I like the idea of a use tax. It levels the playing field between our brick and mortar stores here in North Kansas City and everywhere online. It goes to a public vote, so it's residents all get a direct say in it. It's not we're making a representative decision on that one. And like Councilmember Smith said before, I'd be favor, just put it in the general fund, and it gives us the most flexibility for what to do with it.
Councilmember.
Actually, sorry, just
Oh.
one more thing. Late thought, sorry. But I would have some hesitation of putting the marijuana and the use tax on the same ballot just for purposes of messaging. It might get confusing if both are on there at the same time. And with the use tax being larger, I'd be in favor of doing that one first.
Now, Councilmember.
Taxes is a four-letter word. But apart from that, to get the message across and to let people know really where it's going, not only should it go in the general fund, but it should be allocated as the other four. And we need to get that message across as part of our campaign to get this passed. I agree we should put it on the ballot.
He agreed with putting it on the ballot and was talking about the sub-allocations that were already on here. Saying it
That's
should go to
right.
every agency as previously approved. Parks.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
let
for the pickup
people
there.
know
Public
that
safety,
is where
transportation,
it
parks.
is going.
Yeah.
And what it is for.
Yeah,
It's not some sinkhole we're putting it into.
Councilmember Smith.
So at the end of the document, there's some campaign recommendations talking about, we're going to use it to fund police vehicles and we're going to use it to fund this but all of that is general fund uses. And in like my background being in finance, if you take away an option, you're giving away value. So if we lock it in a box that is only usable for transportation related expenses, we've given away the option to use that.
No. He's saying we currently have this. No, do a couple more back. There's the one with the percentages, right? Or am I going crazy here? Yeah. He's saying 1% general fund, 0.5% transportation. Oh, you're saying you don't want to split it the way because it's authorized like that now. He's saying allocate it the exact same way that all other sales tax is allocated here for North Kansas City.
Correct, and I'm saying
You're
not
saying
to do
not
that.
to.
I'm saying to
You're saying no to parks.
allocate it into the general fund.
So no to parks, no to public safety, no to transportation, all general fund.
All general fund, which then can be used for those other things. You can use general fund money for transportation. You cannot use transportation money for any general expenses. So it gives you the option, if allocated into the
Okay.
general fund, to
Yeah,
use it for the other things.
There we go. Now we continue.
To follow up on that, I think there's enough distrust in government at all levels that we need to be somewhat more specific about how we're going to use these monies and not put them into a unknown fund and expenditure, depending on how this council or future councils may behave.
I almost don't get how you would tax at 2.25%. I mean, how you would, I don't know, look at this and be like, I don't know, split it or not split it.
It's allowed to go into the general fund. Like it's state law says it can go into general use. So why would we not do that? We would be giving away the option.
What is the public safety sales tax? That just goes into, that's not the pension fund, right? No,
It goes
that's property tax.
It goes into the general fund.
Yeah.
General
There we
fund.
go. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a wash on that part. The transportation and the parks are kind of the, I mean, if we're going to do it, it makes sense for the parks to get their 0.25% as well.
They still could. From the
But
general
they
fund.
don't have to worry about an appropriation from council every year. I'd rather just have it done by ordinance or have it done by vote, let the voters decide, and have it just go to them. They don't want to come begging every year and say, well, we want this, but council doesn't like the project. They'd rather just do their own. They just did their strategic plan, whatever their priorities are at the moment. Work on those projects, not to come beg for us for another.
I mean, to be clear, like
$200,000 or whatever.
we were all here for the item that talked about how many millions of dollars we're going to need for sewer upgrades, storm sewer upgrades. Like this is money that can be used for these kind of things, going into a general fund rather than locking it away.
But the voters haven't voted on 2.25% tax for North Kansas City. They voted on a 1% tax for the general fund. They voted on a 0.5% tax for transportation. They voted on a 0.5% tax for public safety, and they voted on a 0.25% tax for the parks. I think you'd actually almost be going against what the residents have already indicated is their desired way to split that. Councilmember Graham.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that the voters voted for a 0.25% sales tax that would go to parks. And then they could vote on a 3%, use tax. Like this use tax is more than that, right? Like
No,
it's, or
that's the marijuana.
2.2.
Yeah, we
Oh,
moved
I'm
on. We
sorry.
did two of
Okay.
them there, yeah.
So, but I would agree with Jesse in that I think that we have some really huge budget items like sewers and stormwater that are critical to keeping our infrastructure going, and those are very expensive to repair and to maintain. And I would prefer that we bulk up our general fund bank so that we can distribute those things to that. And at the same time, the parks could come back and say they need a little bit more. Can they have more? But they were, like, at the time, they were voting on 0.25 of 2.25%, right?
We were at 2. The vote took it to 2.25. Yeah, it was over and above what we did. It was a separate individual tax that was parks only. Had nothing to do with any of the others. That was an individually voted upon tax for 0.25. And
I would be in
actually, honestly,
favor
I
of
think
it
they
going
all
into
were
the
probably
general
individually
fund.
voted on. Huh?
I would be in favor of going into the general fund, but I can see the arguments for both.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was part of the genesis of the 0.25 anyways, was to come more independent of city council and our funds as well, so they could shore up their operating budget as well. I think it makes sense to allocate the way the voters have already voted on. Rather than, okay, now we have lots of hands everywhere. Councilmember Todd.
Yeah, time for dumb questions from Councilmember Todd. Because I thought I understood this, and now hearing all of this, I'm not sure. So I'm going to ask for some clarification. Because marijuana tax, I totally understand. That's a totally separate thing. The use tax, I guess when I initially went through this, my understanding was like, hey, this is something that's already been voted on. We're adding another use tax. So we're talking about putting the 2.25
So
use
think of it-
tax on the ballot.
So currently, we have sales tax, and it is
Yes.
very complicated, which is one of the challenges with this particular topic. So voters voted for sales tax. The court saw online purchases and catalogs, those are different. And then there was the Wayfair decision that said it's not different. The challenge is that the tax code is legacy and never envisioned online sales. So it's a modernization of the tax code to allow use tax. So all this would do is be applied to out-of-state purchases, whether that be the old snail mail catalogs, whether that be online purchases.
But it's the
it
same
is-
tax rate that exists. We are just now allowing people to vote on whether or not it also applies to online sales.
Correct.
Okay.
And this action would apply from now to perpetuity, meaning if this community in 50 years decided that we got a brand-new tool and our new sales tax rate is 2.5,
Right.
it would automatically apply. We wouldn't have to go back through this process
But
again.
however we decide to split those funds now kind of changes the way that we've been doing it.
Correct. So one of the things that the city council kind of has to, and you don't have to today, we laid a lot of information. You guys are probably, your brains are almost getting to saturation level at this point. A lot of information has been dumped on you this evening. The ballot language, again, so there are some things and your messaging of what you will, the intent would need to be communicated to voters. So that is where kind of this conversation of, does it go to general fund? Does it get split amongst its original voter-approved usage? Because there is an argument of that this is an extension of voter-approved sales tax. But there's also the state statutes that allow you to do it as general fund expenditure. So there is some duality. There is no consistency in how communities have done this. It really, you need to kind of figure out what works best for North Kansas City.
So the 1/4% sales tax that the Parks and Rec Department worked very hard on, this could potentially change that. That's my question. But if we decide to put this in the general fund, that's what I'm asking.
So they would still get all the sales tax that they've gotten. Everything there that would be the same. This would just apply to online purchases, and instead of funneling the same pro rata to
Right.
general, to all that.
I just want to make sure we're not
We're not
undoing what we've done
We're not
for
taking,
Parks and
we're not
Rec.
taking, this is all new money. This is a
Okay.
new tax.
Okay, thank you for answering dumb questions from Councilmember Todd. With all of that understood and clarified, I am totally in favor of putting this in the general fund. Because again, if it's not impacting the work that Parks and Rec has already done, they are still going to be receiving their 1/4% sales tax. Okay. They're not getting it now. Then I am still in favor of putting this in the general fund because they're not losing money. And so they have plans for that money. That's been a huge help for them, to my understanding. And I think then anything beyond that, I think this council and hopefully future councils will always be supportive of our Parks and Recs department because they're amazing and incredible. But they are still able to kind of determine how to use the funds that they get from the sales tax already. And so anything outside of that or beyond that, I think then if they want to come to council for a general fund usage, I mean, knowing that our general fund is continuously depleting itself is a concern. And I am on the same side of just saying, like, I like the idea that you can use those funds for other things as needed. And it's not negatively impacting all the work that Parks and Rec has already done. So that's what I would be in favor of.
Okay, you hold on. You already spoke on this once, I believe. What was there other hands? Councilmember, I don't believe you have. Sorry. then we'll-
Just a quick comment. Like you did clarify, this is above and beyond the tax that we already have, so this is extra. I would approve or agree with putting it in the general fund because it's above and beyond what's already been allocated. So I would agree with putting it in the general fund.
Now, Councilmember Saper.
Yeah. In terms of messaging to the residents who will have to vote on this, it's being cast as leveling the playing field with brick and mortar stores. But you're not leveling the playing field if you redirect the tax to another fund that is not being currently collected. Because we would be.
Well, we're talking about two sides. I think we're focused on the use tax at the moment. You're
talking about the use tax.
Yeah, he's on use tax. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, she was on marijuana.
So in
tax.
terms of messaging, we're saying, okay, we want to level the playing field with brick and mortar stores. But we're saying at the same time, yeah, but the money's going somewhere else. It's going to the general fund, not as it's currently being collected. Now, people might have a problem with that.
There we go, Councilmember Todd. Okay, then Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Yes, I just want to say, in general, I mean, I hope everyone goes out and votes every election that they have an opportunity. But realistically, the people who are, and you know, depending on which ballot this is placed on, I think it will, people, I think in general, will be less concerned about the breakout of the funds and just understanding that this is not something new coming out of their pocket necessarily. Like, I think that's ultimately what people are concerned about when they go to vote for anything, is how is this impacting me and my life on a day-to-day basis? And as much as I would love to say that everyone digs into the nitty-gritty and, you know, looks into every detail of every ballot measure that is there, probably most of the time that's not what's happening. And they just want to know, how is this impacting me in my day-to-day? And so I think that regardless of the wording, the messaging mostly needs to be like, this is not us taking money out of your pocket for the general fund. This is kind of a tax that exists for sales. We are also putting that on online sales now. It's going in the general fund. I think if you went out and asked 100 people who live in North Kansas City now what the breakout is of the sales tax? Probably 0, maybe 1 would know, I'm not sure. So I just don't know that there's general knowledge of even how the breakout is happening now.
Councilmember Clark and then Smith. No, I was done Fitzgerald and then Smith. I've skipped over 3 times now.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, she's first, yeah.
So many questions. I'm going to lose my thought. Hang on, it's coming. Because now I just looked at alcohol tax, which is super low, and I know we're on the marijuana. We've already passed it, so we're now to the use. Nope, it left. It left. You go.
We'll come back around. Come back.
I just had used the language about leveling the playing field between brick and mortar stores, and just to clarify, I was looking at that as if you buy the exact same item online versus North Kansas City, as of now, buying that in North Kansas City costs 2.25% more than ordering online. This would effectively result in paying the same price, whether you order that online or buy it here, which I look at as leveling the playing field and almost independent of where those funds go, that this is a new tax. And again, just going back to, if the funding goes into the general fund, that gives us the most options. We just saw $60 million in new potential expenditures for the stormwater master plan. I imagine we're going to have similar numbers for the water master plan and also the sewer master plan. There are massive amounts coming this way. I think we need to do what we can to prepare for that.
That was it. The shift of focus into knowing that our biggest bill right now that we see in front of us is the stormwater plan. And I was just curious, so if you put the money in the coffers for, say, stormwater specifically, and it's earmarked for that, because we know it'll absolutely be spent in there, there's no question, can it never go into the general fund 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
It depends on your ballot language. Your ballot language literally tags onto that funding thread in perpetuity. So I would say be very cautious if you are going to earmark a new or used tax for a specific item. You will, by the ballot language, be putting that restriction on there from now till eternity.
Sure. Okay, so then the thought is, again, we're going to be talking through ballot language like crazy, but it's saying the general fund, which supplies all of these areas. I mean, that's the thing. All of these areas are still covered. We can still have a pretty image of like people playing at a park, and we could still have the images of people flushing their toilet, and we can still have the images of people not being in a flood, all of those things. So I'm into it.
Councilman, I think Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I want to get this on the ballot, both of them, the marijuana tax and the use tax, yesterday. Like, I want to see them both voted at the same time. We hemmed and hawed over the parks tax and mixing it with the marijuana tax, which I think we should have done at the same time. Parks pass tax, like 90%. Liz was out there chasing voters into the Y, making sure everybody voted. I don't think there's this consternation over whether it'll pass. Like, I just don't see that. And you showed how many cities have passed it already with no consistency in how they've split it. It tells me it's popular. I think we get that done and we get the marijuana tax.
Have they all passed it in one vote, though? Yeah.
It has a 50% fail rate.
Yeah.
Okay. But they've passed it in all of these places. Did they have any specific, I mean, we can look at best practice on ballot language for that.
Several of these communities struggled and changed their ballot language. I believe one of them went 4 times before it was passed.
Sure. Well, let's get it on now so we can, if we have to go 4 times, we can go 4 times. But I want it on like the very next ballot we possibly can.
There is some considerations. November.
Big turnout.
And I don't know if you'd want to put it on your next April ballot, which is your next general local election ballot.
Put it on November. Why not? Like honestly, if we put it on November, it fails, just put it back in with different language on the next one.
There is a fee every time you go to the ballot. So
and
just
how much is the fee? Yeah, I'm willing to spend that. $1,300?
It's usually about 1,300.
Well, it's that as well as
That's
the
what we
public
get
awareness
billed
Sure.
campaign.
From the
Sure. I mean,
Clay County Collector.
the
I mean,
payback is so large.
Board of Elections.
We got to get this rolling.
Councilmember Clark.
I'm sorry for this question, but, I mean, we're looking at marijuana use tax of 16.725%, right, in the end? And I'm just looking at the alcohol sales tax for the state is 4.225%. Do we have like a use tax on alcohol for the city? I'm just so super curious. I'm just wondering.
I don't believe the state statutes allow, I mean, I do believe our local sales taxes applies to alcohol purchases.
So it would be the 4.225
4.225 is the state's.
plus the 7
I
point?
believe it'd be 7.725.
So it's around 11-ish,
Yeah.
12-ish percent?
You went to the
Okay.
price
No.
chopper, isn't it?
No,
Or
no.
It would,
Yes.
it would be 7.725.
And then of that, we're,
I think it's taxed the same way as any other good. There's no specific alcohol tax that I'm aware of. Because the state rate is 4.225, but that's the state sales tax rate too. That's incorporated in that 7.7.
that's what I was going to say. So that comes out of the 7 point?
Yes.
You subtract that amount out, so we get 3%-ish?
2.25% is the city
You have
rate.
math and I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, so that 7.725% is the total sales tax rate. 2.25% of that is North Kansas City. Clay County has some, and the state of Missouri has some, plus the zoo district. All of that together equals 7.725.
Okay. Okay. I'm just curious.
Oh, what do you need?
Just seeing if there was direction, or to that point yet, or?
It sounds like bring back something.
I count
But
one,
okay,
two-
I guess we got to clarify, do we want to do two at the same time or not? That's one question to answer probably tonight. Because then we can prioritize in timeline, one versus the other, if you don't want to do them at the same time. So I'd probably go ahead and knock out that question. Do you want to do them both in, can you do August, November?
Can we do August?
April? Can you?
I am not sure that we would be able to mount a successful public awareness campaign. I can't even remember when the August ballot closes.
Oh, that might already be closed because they've already submitted the primary stuff. If it hasn't closed, it's probably pretty soon. Like,
Yeah, but,
Let's push it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
January 15th, 23rd, January 23rd, so,
I'm beyond calendaring at this point.
Maybe sometime in May.
yeah.
You know what? I believe that's on the Secretary of State's website.
Yes, it is.
generally.
If we put it on, if we can get it on the August ballot, I would love to see it there.
Probably maybe between the 16th and the 23rd.
Elections.
When's our next meeting?
Election calendar.
Gotta wake up.
Last day for
May
candidate
20
filing is May 26th.
May
Final
21st
certification-
is our next
That's a ballot, or our meeting. Final certification date's May 28th for the August primary, but I don't know how that, if there's a difference between issues and candidates.
Did it say final date of certification?
Final certification date's May 28th.
Certification date goes for both.
That's
ballots
your
and-
final drop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I hear the expediency. I don't see that.
I mean, if we can do it, we can bring back ballot language at our next meeting, review, kick it around, and send it out. And then we've got a couple months to get the public aware.
Well, I guess, I mean, if we want to start clarifying this, maybe we go ahead and take a motion here and vote whether or not council wants to do both at the same time or not. We got to get that out of the way first. I have no real clarity on that. I mean, so if you want to make a motion on doing both at the same time, we'll see where that lands real
Well,
quick.
we're also going to have to look, I'm not sure that a third-class city can put something on the August ballot.
Okay, well, we're starting right, let's start now with doing both at the same time, I think.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get this issue out of the way.
All right, I move to put the marijuana tax and the use tax on a single ballot.
There we go. And there's a second. Councilmember comments, Councilmember Fitzgerald.
I would be hesitant to do both at the same time. The use tax is significantly larger, and I just worry that having two taxes on the same ballot could confuse messaging efforts.
Okay. Further councilmember comments? All those in favor of doing it in a single election, please say yes.
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 Opposed, say no. No. That sounded like a yes. I heard more yeses. Yeah, the yeses have it. No, it's declared. Yeses have it. Yeah, yeses have it. It's over. There. We'll make short work of that.
Do we need a motion for the general fund versus allocated or no?
Do we want to debate that tonight, or do we want to debate that when we bring it back further?
I mean, we've been debating it. Do we if we want the language to come back in some way that if the August is in play, if we want the language to come back in a way that we can hone it, we should probably make a motion now.
Do we know if you can do August yet?
I truly don't think we can. But you're going to have it. If you're going to do it, May 28th is, May 21st is the last meeting we have before we put it on the ballot.
That's right. But why do you have to know?
We don't. Which is fine. This will be relevant whether it's August or November.
Could it be to be put on the soonest available ballot?
Well, that wouldn't be a
In a sense,
motion. That would just be staff direction. Get it on the next page of
Right,
the
but as
ballot.
far as what to,
But the motion would be for general fund versus allocation. Yeah, so I move that taxes collected through the use tax be placed into the general fund. And the marijuana tax
Well,
by default into
let's
the general fund.
tackle them separate, because that is happening, right? That's I don't think there's a question there. So if we just want to focus on the use tax, right? There's no question on the use tax, or the marijuana tax.
Yeah, that's
that
what
has to go to general. Yeah, so that part's, you don't need a motion on that. That one's over.
No,
Yeah, I keep hearing those two get mixed up.
I didn't motion the marijuana tax.
Yeah,
I motioned the
I heard
use
it get
tax.
mixed up.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
So the motion
Second.
stands.
There we go. The motion is for that. There is a second from Councilmember Todd. Boom. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. No. Motion carries. All right, now our last pending outstanding item for now related to this is the dates. And there she is. She's back with the calendar.
So I have my handy-dandy Secretary of State calendar. The August is a primary election, so we would not be able to put it on the August ballot. We would, the next general election, which is when we can ask questions, would be November 5th.
There we go. Let's go.
Final certification date is August 27th.
But can we go ahead and bring the ballot language back as soon as we have it to get that moving?
Yeah.
yes?
Thank you.
Any other commentary on this item? I'm scared to ask. Next item, please. Wake up over there. Next item. You're back.
Number 12, Howell Shared Use Path.
House shared use. Shu, I feel like you're getting ready to get the boot on this item here, I think. How much presentation you have here?
I
Three
have
presentations or slides?
I have 3 items. I have about 300 slides.
300 slides. That's reasonable, 100 each, yeah.
You all had a snack break.
She has no sympathy.
There we go. So I'll be quick on this one. This one has been discussed from the last meeting. This is one of the projects that it was developed through the implementation of our bike master plan, which was adopted by at 2020 by the city council at that time. So one of the section of the bike master plan recommended a shared use path along Howell Street. In fact, there were 2 components. One is the Howell Shared Use Path North, one is the Howell Shared Use Path South. So today, we're only going to talk about the north side, because the north side is the area abutting Macon Park. We had some difficulty when we were going through the engineering designs. As you can see on this conceptual plan, which was included as appendix in the bike master plan, it showed a shared use path approximately 10 to 12 feet at that time, located outside of the fence, between the fence and the existing on-street parking on the east side of Howard Street. However, through the developing of the engineering plans, after we surveyed it, our engineers find out it is not feasible. There is not enough space between the existing parking stalls and our current fence, mainly due to the existing utility post that I mentioned from the last meeting. So we've explored some of other options. One of the options is that we could potentially relocate this shared use path inside of Macon Park without moving the fence. As you can see on this particular conceptual drawing, the blue line is what will be added toward the existing walking trail in Macon Park to accommodate a 10-foot wide shared use path. And instead of keeping the walking trail as where it is, a newly proposed walking trail, which is showing in this pink yellowish line, will be constructed to the east side of the shared use path. And between the proposed shared use path and the walking trail, there will be landscape buffers. So I would give a little timeline of what happened through the past 6 months and where we're at now. So at the end of last year, the city entered into a contract with our Encore engineer, Wilson Company, to develop the final construction plans. And from January to March, there was survey being done, and there was discussion with the engineers and both directors from Public Works and from Parks Department, talking about the northern section abutting Macon Park, because we found out it is not feasible. And then in March, in fact, March 14th, I presented at the Parks Board meeting about the proposed new plan to relocate their existing walking trail and propose a new shared use path by expanding their existing walking trail, and both to be located inside of the fence on Macon Park. And this proposal, I would say, was generally acceptable at the board meeting, and there were a lot of questions being asked. There were concerns being raised over there. And then I brought this update to City Council, I think, after that. And then on April the 19th, staff was contacted by the board. We had a walkthrough over there, and there were second thought was given by the board members that they strongly prefer that the proposed shared use path to be located outside of the existing fence line. So as we were exploring there, we have talked about options, maybe modifying the existing on-street parking or narrowing the Howell Street. Again, all of these options will have to go through the engineering exploration, which might incorporate it in expanding scope of the work, which is currently not under our contract. So with all of that said, there are about 4 options over here that staff brought it up over to you for you to consider how this project should move forward. The option 1 is that we can stay with the initial conceptual plan to construct a 10-foot wide shared use path between the outside of the existing fence and the current parking stalls. However, we'll have to remove all the utility posts and boxes and potentially bury them underground, because there's not enough space between the fence and the existing walking path inside of the Macon Park for us to relocate those utility posts neither. This option could be fairly expensive. We have had some conversations with Evergy. We have sent a request. We haven't got the details back from them yet, but based off the past experience that staff had before, In fact, our Public Works Director, Anthony Sands, had a project back in Gladstone regarding to relocating and burying these utility that was about $500,000 for 700 feet at that time. So for the section of Macon Park, it's about 1,400 feet. It will double that. So we would say it will be $1 million. And that was 10 years ago, and for a much smaller utilities. And that was not also considering if Evergy would believe this is feasible or not. I think our Public Works Director, Director Sands, have some other comments on that.
Just one comment on that. That was about 12 years ago, and different circumstances, different kind of power. So there's a lot of factors that play into that. But generally, Evergy does not particularly want to be underground. So it's usually a bigger conversation with them when that topic comes up.
So this option might not be feasible. Option number 2 is that we can narrowing the existing Howell Street. We can take the small median islands out and raise the crosswalks, and then we can shifting the 90-degree parking, which is located on the east side of Howell, to maybe an angled parking, like a 45 or 60-degree parking, and then we can probably gain enough space over there, including a bumper handover between the modified parking stalls and the fence, and the utility posts, actually, that to give us about 10 foot. Again, this has not been staked, has not been surveyed, and the engineers were looking at this option, but at this point, we're not asking them to verify it because that will associate on amending the existing scope of work.
So on option 2, the other part, so if we're thinking about moving to angle spaces, we're going to lose parking in one way or another. The parallel spaces on the other side of the street, if we were to take those out and keep perpendicular on the east side, maybe we could look at how much we lose one way or another, because either way we're losing some spaces. The other part is when we re-engineered Howell, we artificially narrowed the street to create a narrower effect. This could allow us to actually just narrow the street, and it keeps speeds lower that way. So it's worth exploring, but noted that it hasn't been engineered.
Right. And if we wish to move forward with the option 2, we can discuss with Wilson Company and see how much more they're going to charge us, since this was not under the scope of work. And you're right, if we were to move the on-street parking, which were the parallel parkings on the west side, I'm almost certain we will have enough space, because they're generally about 9 foot over there. Again, option number 3 is that we can continue with the proposed plan mentioned above, like where the newly proposed shared use path will be located within Macon Park, and then we'll have to work a little bit more with the Parks Board and see if there is any mitigation activities we can take for their concerns. And then option 4 is that we can suspend the project and keep the share lane markings as it is as of today. I would not recommend option 4 because part of the reason is because it is a culture change for a lot of cyclists to go through this particular shared lane where we know there was evidently speeding issues over there. So and this is a fairly important connector through our neighborhoods to our civic use and through our institution use, and why we chose Howell shared use path as one of our priority to implement is because we see this as the project that really benefits our residents most. And we want to have a connection that from our traditional neighborhoods, our new neighborhoods, all the way from 32nd Avenue to Armour Road. That will connect our city hall, library, Macon Park, and as well as the school. So I don't recommend option number 4, but that's certainly an option. And then I believe there is an option 5 after discussing with the mayor that we can start with the Howell shared use path south first while we're exploring the northern component. Again,
just
I didn't
doing
put that option there.
Just, yeah,
From
Armor
to Ferguson, yeah.
Yeah, so that way it's already connected to Armor Road bike lane as well, because obviously, I've had passed out to council tonight the whole bike master plan, because not everyone was around when we did that. But obviously, we're trying to connect a whole network, so I want everyone to kind of be aware of some of the genesis of these various projects and how they fit into the larger network. But Councilmember Smith, go ahead.
So I exchanged an email with Victoria to kind of get where the Parks Board was at, and I understand kind of some of the concerns. It seems from an installation implementation path forward, doing it inside the park on flat ground that already exists is the cleanest way. But then it becomes maintenance and ongoing, and then people are going to be pedestrians crossing the bike path to get into the park, maybe not seeing the bikes coming. But I favor option 3, even though I was initially resistant to it. I've come around on putting it inside the park as the absolute cleanest one. If not that, moving utility poles seems like a non-starter. So looking at option 2, if the Parks Board really truly doesn't want it inside the park, looking at option 2 and seeing about how we can manipulate the street and move it, basically shift the whole thing west to create space, and maybe a couple different options for that.
All right. Told Fitzgerald I'll call him, then I'll get a.
I guess if this new option 5 is a possibility, I think I like the sound of that. Option 1 sounds like option 1 costs too much money. I'm concerned option 2 would end up being fairly expensive too for, moving concrete work and curbs and whatnot, or, beyond what was originally estimated for this. 3, I know we have the concerns from the Parks Department, so maybe if we take a step back, see what the southern half of this could look like, and then revisit the whole thing for how it would all connect. I would not want to end up in a situation where we spend a lot of money and build a shared use path that only gets halfway to Armor, and we're stuck figuring out how to get the rest of the way there and find new issues, like this came up here.
Yeah, that was part of it too. I figured that may help visually connect, again, the whole network, instead of kind of feeling like you're doing just this one isolated component and it's not necessarily feeling super connected to other stuff. Councilmember McGurran.
I walked out with the Parks Board to Mackin Park and looked at where the proposed option 3 would be. And while I was there, I shared their concerns about it being very close to the playground and foot traffic and kids. However, the more I think about it, and the more time that I've spent in places like Happy Rock Park, where there is a similar situation, you have a very wide shared use path that is sharing space with playgrounds and children. And as many times as I've been there, I've never seen any issues personally, and I haven't heard of any issues related to foot traffic and children and the shared use path. I'm leaning more towards option 3 as the most fiscally responsible option, the easiest to implement, and the one that is the most, it will allow the bicycle flow to go and the pedestrians to maintain their own walking path. I fear option 2 could cause more problems, especially if you put diagonal parking instead of the straight parking, because I think you're going to have people making U-turns on Howell constantly, or using the alleys in Northgate Village where there are kids and families that hang out there. So I would be, and we don't even know if it would work. You would either, if you didn't change the parking to angled parking, you have to remove parking on the other side, and we all know that people absolutely hate when you remove parking. So option 3 is really the one that meets most of the goals of this plan. And I think it's just a matter of spending some time in spaces where this type of setup exists and getting comfortable with it. It can work, and it shouldn't be something to be afraid of, I don't think.
Other comments? Councilmember Alvarez.
Just more of a question is, I had thought there was I guess maybe not, but I had thought there was a bike trail already marked on Howell. Is that not?
Currently, it is a shared line, so there are markings in the drive line. So what we typically call that is a sharrow. So meaning the same width of the road, the vehicular drivers are sharing a road with the bicyclists. Most of the time you'll see, of course, the cyclists not going to be in the middle of the road. They're usually leaning toward more on the side, but theoretically they're a shared line.
Because what I've seen mostly is like on Howell, it's usually a group, a fairly large group of people that bike on a regular basis, and they seem to go along with the traffic because I think the speed limit is only, I don't know, 20 on Howell in that area. So I don't see how, I guess I don't see why we need to have a separate lane or a separate addition for just the bicycles. I don't know. I think what we have now, like number 4, would be my option. So,
Councilmember Smith.
So I could speak to that. Having, like, I live right off of where this is, and having biked through there, it is an absolutely awful place to be an individual biker, because if you're trying to stay toward the edge of the road, you'll get pinched against the concrete curb bump outs. So as you're going down on the right-hand side, a car comes up by you, the bump out is here, and you're kind of stuck. Unless you stay in the middle of either direction. There's bump outs on both sides. So I would absolutely be in favor of getting a path on. And I think Lindsay said it great. Option 3. Now, I'm not clear on the interaction between the city and the Parks Board on this. I don't want to just overrule the Parks Board's concerns. I would like to have a dialogue, but who has the final decision on this?
Mr. Tom Barzee, good evening. I guess the question, yeah.
The bottom line, last time I checked, the city of North Kansas City owns all the park property.
So the city council could say, this is what's happening. Not that I want to do that, but somebody's got to make a decision.
I would hope that, I think the city has always been excellent about working with all of its boards and commissions, et cetera. So not really, it never usually becomes that, we're going to exercise authority. I'll verify that. I could even be wrong, but that's my understanding over the years. That's the way it's always been.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest if we're exploring option 3, I don't want to throw the Parks Board out of this decision box neither. I do respect their opinion on this one. Maybe a joint meeting together for a discussion, like what we did for River Forest Park, might be helpful.
Possibly. Councilmember Clark.
I would agree with that. I'm leaning toward 3, but I also, I definitely want it to be, Liz wants number 5. But no, it needs to be an open discussion. It needs to be something that's agreed upon so that everybody feels good about it. But, yeah.
Councilmember Todd.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question about the invisible option number 5. Because if we did that, are we sure that and then we ended up doing option 3 later on, are we sure that those would actually connect? Like, does that make sense? If we move forward with option 5 and start the other portion of that, and then continue to explore options for right there in that Howell area, are we pigeonholing ourselves, I guess, into a certain type of shared use path later? Does my question make sense?
I think you're generally asking if we were to move on to the south component first, what is the connection in the future to the northern point?
Right.
Will that become an issue over there? The answer is I don't foresee it to be an issue because it's almost impossible for us to utilize the other side, which is the west side of Howell. In this case, the best component for us to use is the east side. And there will be a connection hopefully, through our study for the hillside levee. That's under what the Missouri River North Trail, the current feasibility study is exploring. So the connection over here, if we were to connect in Howell and continue going straight, that will be a missing piece, and that will be brought up into us in the future. I don't think doing the south part, in short, to answer your question, doing the south part will not impact the feasibility for us to do in the northern component in the future.
Okay, and it won't pigeonhole us into a certain plan in the future, but I guess that's my second part of that question.
I don't
Okay.
think neither. We'll have to adjust the scope of work with the engineering company, though, because right now, it was bidded out as one package for one final construction design. Then we'll have to split it, so there might be a little cost associated to that. But other than that, I don't foresee that.
Got it, thank you. Yeah, with that in mind, I agree. With the options on this screen, I am definitely leaning towards option 3, but I'm also think that going with an option 5, where you can still make progress, make work, while you have time to I've never been to Happy Rock Park, maybe I need to take a trip there, and just see and be in those spaces more. At least it would be progress, and it wouldn't pigeonhole us into a certain option in that trouble area right now.
There we go, Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Just thinking about the southern half of this project, I know it's not designed or anywhere close to that, but do we have kind of like a rough idea or space identified where we think that could go? Just going back to, I'd be hesitant to spend a bunch of effort on the north half and realize we're stuck and can't come up with the southern half when we get to it.
Yeah, the southern half is a little easier. We have explored it. We're not close to the engineering drawing yet, but we have explored where we're going to go. Generally, the layout of it will be, I don't have a map over here, but it will be located on the east side of Howell and continue along Iron, where the Memorial Park splits them, and then cross the Iron Street, get to the east side of the library, and continue going on the north side of the library, which is the southern which is the south side of the 23rd Avenue, and then we will continue and cross over there to get back to Howell.
Okay, I've been curious how that would look, so thank you.
Yeah, we can provide some of that drawing if we wish to move forward with that invisible option number 5.
All right, Mike.
I was just going to add in, as Shu kind of mentioned, though, with all the options presented, we never once even considered the west side of Howell, the parallel parking being an option. It was mentioned, so I just wanted to clear, if that's an option, that probably opens up different avenues, but it was mentioned, so I just wanted to throw it out there and make sure it's not an option or is it?
Not an option. It's not.
What Mike is saying
It
is...
sounds like
Change.
generally.
That opens up.
You mean reducing
space.
parking?
Well, the parallel parking on the west side
That
of
will
Howell.
not go down.
And we've never, right. That's why we,
That's
I
why
already know.
we think it was not...
It would-
I know a
it wouldn't go
cyclist that
well.
lives on that block that will
Oh.
come after me, you, all of us.
that's why we never even considered it. I just wanted to,
Yeah, I think
Okay.
the statement I was saying is if we're going to lose parking in one direction or another, if we're going to angle, we could explore which one would cost us fewer spaces.
All right.
Thank you.
There you go. So, what else? We good? Anything else we're going to pursue a little bit further on option 3 here? See where we get.
So I did not
Really,
get the vote from Mr. Sapers, so I don't know if you have any Okay. Thank you very much.
We got some 3 and 5 going on here, Councilmember.
I do want to reiterate my concern about number 5, just because I live in Ward 4. We know all about some disconnected path. So I anticipate us literally building a path that doesn't connect. I don't know. It's our legacy. Yeah, I think we need to know that this is either going to happen or it's not. And yeah, I think this is one of the things where, being a cyclist, I feel like I know this is not going to be popular either, but being a cyclist, having a road that is already mapped out as shared, if you know how to ride on the road, you do ride in the center, you take the lane, you don't pull over for a car, you are a car, and that's how it's shared. I think we run the risk when people aren't sure, because you still have to look out for cars backing out of parking spots and things like that. I don't know. I'm on the fence of either 3 or 4. Because I feel like if we do 5, we're going to be in a stuck position of 3 and 2 may never happen. And I'm being completely real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah, so it sounds like generally, let's kind of push 3, advance 3 here a little bit farther. And 4. It would sound like there's more 3 than 4, but Councilmember Guerrero.
I just
or 4,
wanted to chime in real
4.
fast. I think
Thank you.
that if we did option 5, it would actually be more connected than if we started with option 3, because it would connect to the current bypass coming off of Armour. Whereas if we just start with this Howell Street part south, or part north, it's just going to be essentially a path to nowhere. It would be a
Yes.
path that would start here and end there, and that it would eventually connect to Armour. But if we start with the other end of Armour, then you have that path actually connecting and then ultimately getting to the park. So it wouldn't be completely isolated.
Yeah, my thought wasn't do the north one first. I think I would want to know that the north was happening before you start the south.
You want to
That's
both,
it.
yeah, but both going would be prime and under construction.
Yeah,
moving
if
along.
that's what's universally agreed upon, yeah, I think that's it. But I'll just openly say I've been texting with Kathy. We all love Kathy, our favorite cyclist, local cyclist. I think everyone's talked to Kathy, and she is actually a fan of option 4. I know, right? But I'm just saying, because we want to weigh everything out, we're looking at it. She does lead, group rides. There are shows there for us to follow. We want everybody to be safe, but there are ways to do it. When we think about Armour, it's different. There are trucks. There are different vehicular experiences on Armour. But when we're on a side street, it's just something to consider. I'm just weighing that out. I'm open to a conversation with Parks. That's it.
Right. So maybe I just totaled it up. Looks like number 3 and number 5 are the most popular options over here. I would have to say that number 4 over there, I can understand where our favorite cyclist, Kathy, is coming from, because it is really a different type of user group that you're accommodating between a between a share road and a shared use path. For a group of cyclists and much more experienced cyclists, a share line is completely okay. However, for like a youth or kids and a family oriented, maybe that I think I would be very hesitated to bring much younger cyclists onto a share line over there. And I believe that maybe this was the intention behind this project, as recommended by Bike Master Plan at that time. Unfortunately, I was not there at that time. So I get different opinions, and I totally appreciate that. Maybe move forward, I want to make sure I get everybody's nodding head over here. While we are communicating back to Wilson Company to continue developing the engineering drawings for the southern portion, as we are prioritizing that component, let's bring the Parks Board or invite them over for maybe a joint meeting with City Council in the near future. Does that sound like a maybe solution for tonight? Okay. Thank you very much.
Crystal, go.
Item 13, short-term conditional use permit approval process.
Councilmember Smith, I guess it's your item. I'll call on you.
Here we go. All right, let me see if we can go real quick on this one. Page 5 of the memo we got shows a chart that no other cities do this. No other cities take everything to council. I don't think we should either. So I don't know what we need as far as a motion, but I'd like to see staff approving conditional use permits.
I have
Like
to
it.
say, I did not intentionally pick the cities that do.
Yeah, that's fine. You did a great job,
That
though.
was random.
No, and a random smattering of cities, only very few take the highest consequences all the way to us. It'll shave, by my count, 7 days at least off the process by not having to get everything, 2 days for agenda, 2 days for memo, 2 days for the weekend, actually 4 days for the weekend, and a day for the council day. Let's just leave it at the staff level. If something crazy happens, bring it to us. Yeah, last meeting would be crazy.
All right. What do we
Should
have?
we still go through the presentation?
Nope, not at all.
Is there a motion? Let's do motion, second, vote, the whole thing here.
So what do you need a motion?
This would be to make the end of the process just,
Yeah, I move that
I
staff
feel like this is more complicated than it
should
is.
handle the approvals on conditional use permits.
Second.
Yeah, no, okay, this is a direction to staff to change the ordinance and bring it back. There you go.
I have not drafted a code amendment. And again, if this is a code amendment, it has to
Yeah.
go to planning commission first, because
Okay.
this is a ordinance. Doesn't it? Because this is under the zoning code.
So we're just giving general direction tonight to make it where staff can do this approval. Like however that needs to come back for an official vote, that's the directive, unless others say. Yeah.
Here, then, not that here in a second. Councilmember Alvarez.
I just want to make a comment as far as the permits for that. I don't think even the crazy stuff or whatever, I think it should all be handled at the staff level. I don't think any of it, there's a reason that it's worded the way it is and the procedures or whatever you have to do to get the permit. I think it should all be handled with the staff and not come to the city council at all.
There's an appeal process to the council, right? Is that part of it? So if staff says no, they could still appeal to us in the crazy situations.
Well, that would include that in the, yes.
That would be how it ends up on our lap.
And do we want to make the appeal board to city council? Because in general, if staff makes, if it's administrative approval and if it's under zoning ordinance, typically the appeal board will be planning commission. And if if they appeal the planning commission decision, they can go to city council.
I would ready for that plot twist.
Extra level of appeals, appeal it straight to us and call it good.
I don't think it should.
Why don't we
us at
find out if
all.
we can do that and bring that back next meeting, if we
Yeah.
legally can, if we cannot. Yeah, we'll do this as a report again next meeting. But you're gonna try our best not to have to go try to go to council on an appeal, if possible, but although I'm sounding like that's a no.
And the mention of all permits,
It's just we pay our legal counsel big money.
Short-term
That's
conditional
all
use.
short-term.
Yeah,
Okay.
all short-term
Okay.
conditional
That's
use
what I wanted.
permits.
Yeah.
Block parties, you name it.
Got it?
Yep.
Anthony looks like he has a.
Let's go. Item number
He's like,
14.
we're not gonna be back on planning.
It's going to be a lot of text amendment because we have a lot of other uses
Yeah.
referring this particular process.
That's fine.
I guess I didn't go. Council, all good with that? Yeah, good. Okay, we'll take that route. There we go. Now, we're on number
14.
14, residential service parking zoning updates, parking minimums.
This one's me as well.
Yeah, keep going.
All right, let's rock. This one is one I asked for last meeting. Perfectly happy to kick it past this meeting, but it sounds like it needs to go to Planning Commission anyway. So we'll talk about it at the next Planning Commission meeting. Moving on.
You just killed my 300-page.
I know. I'm so sorry. I would love to hear the history of how every parking space existed. I'm so tired of hearing all the history. I know. We can talk about it at Planning Commission. We'll talk about it at Planning Commission. Keep
All
the
right,
slides. They're very
seeing
good.
No further comments on this item. We will go to the consent agenda.
Can we
which
start
is
the
still
meeting?
Yeah. We gaveling now.
All right.
Move to approve the consent
Mr.
agenda.
Schluter's had enough of this
Second.
shenanigans. Okay, there is a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Item number 24, River Forest Park Vacation Bill number 7845, ordinance number 9642. A public hearing will be held at this time regarding this item. Is there anyone?
We ran the
What did you
public
say?
off.
Hey, the public's on.
Yeah.
Anyone from the public wish to speak this evening, please step up to the podium now.
This was
With that, I'll
strategic.
take a motion to close the public hearing. Seeing none.
So moved.
Well, first reading.
I don't have to, I did, I just opened it. Okay, I moved, someone else do that.
Move to open the public comment period. I don't know what, the public
Second.
hearing.
All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion
I'm-
carries.
I
Anyone
move
from the
to
public here wishing to
close-
speak? Seeing no one from the public, can we close the public
I
hearing?
move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Public hearing is over.
It's been,
Do we have an abridged version? Oh,
it's been talked at planning commission, unanimous.
there we go. Is
referral.
there a motion?
First reading.
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries.
You ready?
Uh-oh.
An ordinance vacating rights-of-way containing part of Woodland Avenue, also known as Taney Street, 60 feet wide, a portion of 26th Street, 50 feet wide, all of the north-south alley, 15 feet wide, lying between Block 16 and Block 17, from 24th Street to 26th Street in the North Kansas City Development Company's Hillside Edition, a subdivision filed in Book B, page 1 of the Clay County Land Records, Clay County, Missouri.
I move that bill number 7845 be placed on second and final reading and passes ordinance number 9642.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Todd? Councilmember Saper?
Yes.
Councilmember McGrath?
Yes.
An ordinance vacating rights-of-way containing part of Woodland Avenue, also known as Taney Street, 60 feet wide, a portion of 26th Street, 50 feet wide, all of the north-south alley, 15 feet wide, lying between Block 16 and Block 17, from 24th Street to 26th Street in the North Kansas City Development Company's Hillside Edition, a subdivision filed in Book B, page 1 of the Clay County Land Records, Clay County, Missouri.
Thank you. Number 25 is removed. Number 26, granting easements at 23rd Street Apartments. Granting easements at 23rd Street Apartments to Evergy Metro, Inc., Bill number 7487, ordinance number 9644.
First reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries.
An ordinance authorizing and approving 2 easement conveyances to Evergy Metro Incorporated and granting the easements described therein within the city of North Kansas City, Missouri for 23rd and Swift Apartments.
I move that bill number 70.
I do want to say one quick thing. The bills, as they were passed, are the ones that are in front of you
Yes.
that
Yep.
were placed here tonight. I only placed one there. They're actually 2 separate easements. They will be identical. That's all. I wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
I move that bill number 7847 be placed on second and final reading and passes ordinance number 9644.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember
Yes.
Smith? Councilmember Fitzgerald? Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Todd? Councilmember Saper?
Yes.
Councilmember McGrath?
Yes.
An ordinance authorizing and approving 2 easement conveyances to Evergy Metro Incorporated and granting the easements described therein within the city of North Kansas City, Missouri for 23rd and Swift Apartments.
If there's no opposition from the council, I'm going to put number 27 as well, due to new information on, I don't know, more research needed. How about that? Tom won't like that brief.
Do we need to make a motion to get rid of it, or?
No, we may discuss it at a future date. I'll just hold it for now. I'll just call it a hold. Yeah, let's not do the table. You don't like the tabling here. But no, I added it. I'll remove it, add it back later if I need to. There we go. How about this? More research needed, unless there's opposition. Seeing no opposition, there we go. That was a suspense of the rules, probably.
Just number 28, approving accounts due and payable by the city through May 3rd, 2024. Bill number 7848, ordinance number 9645.
First reading.
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any
An ordinance authorizing payment for certain accounts due and payable by the city through May 3rd, 2024.
I move that bill number 7848 be placed on second and final reading and passes ordinance number 9645.
Second.
I guess I'll declare that last.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah.
Councilmember I'm
Yes.
sorry. Councilmember Fitzgerald. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Todd. Councilmember Saper.
Yes.
Councilmember McGrath.
Yes.
An ordinance authorizing payment for certain accounts due and payable by the city through May 3rd, 2024.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? No, I'm just kidding. Staff comments. Let's see, what do we got?
Just going to mention, we have a few. Kim, Anthony, and then Dan all have comments. Also, I'm going to add in, well, Vic. Well,
Oh, sure. That's right.
But I'm going to add in, we've got the, upcoming items of note, the grant tracker. There is a short memo on the communications team is getting back together. Just want to let you all know that it's been reorganized. So that'll happen. Vic?
Welcome. Oh, yeah, it gets turned off. There you go.
Thank you. I was just going to let everybody know that we're getting ready to start some DAG renovations, so that'll be closed starting Thursday, May 9th, and it'll be closed through Friday, May 24th. Hopefully have it open in time for the splash pad on the 25th. But the playground, the big playground is getting a new resurfacing. We're adding some more backless benches. We're going to do a little painting, a little concrete work, so should be pretty good for summer.
Like a grand reopening right in time for summer.
Yes.
There we go. Beautiful. Perfect. Thank you. That's a great update. What else we got? What else? Who'd you say? There we
only
go.
have about a 45-minute
Oh.
presentation planned during my, just kidding.
Well, if you could cut it to 30, that'd be good. Thank you.
Can do. We were notified by Kansas City, Missouri Parks and Recreation that they are having challenges opening up the Gorman Pool. So they have asked us to suspend Gorman Pool passes until we are notified that the pool is back operational. You may recall about 2 years ago, they had substantial issues with Gorman Pool. Believe me, they are not happy to relay this information. But we will send out messaging as soon as they let us know that we can resume pool sales. Mechanical problems, which again is not welcome news to them because they spent millions trying to repair the pool 2 years ago.
Yeah, sounds horrible. All right, all right, all right.
Okay, I'll be
Boom,
real
boom,
quick.
boom.
I'll be quick here. So just a quick update. I alluded to it earlier when we were talking about pedestrian improvements. 18th and Buchanan, as we got into that project, where is that? There we go. So the original project was to extend the sidewalk along Buchanan from where it stops on about midway on Buchanan all the way down to 18th.
Good move.
As we got into the project, we started looking at, well, what happens when you get down to the corner? There's going to be a lot of people that want to cross over to Chicken and Pickle. So what we're planning on doing there is putting in a small bump out along with rectangular flashing beacons so that you can have a crosswalk at that intersection. That crosswalk's very awkward with different driveways coming into it. It doesn't line up very well, but still legally by the state rules is a pedestrian crossing, so we'd like to make it a little safer by doing those updates.
Yeah, so where it's going to be between Chicken and Pickle and that lot for Rest of Spirit.
All within budget, all within budget. For Mike.
Budget. Oh, we almost got away without that one. No, what do you got?
And then the second thing I had,
Ask for
so
stuff late at night.
as part of the water master plan update, we are also doing a source water protection plan update, or not update, but a plan. This involves getting a group of stakeholders together to look at protecting the wells around the water treatment plant and what is built in that general area. So it looks at future development, looks at different restrictions for what things are built in these areas. And so we are collecting, we're trying to put together a stakeholder group. I think the mayor has said he was going to be on that group, and we're looking for a council
yes to a
member
lot.
also to join that group. So not sure how
great.
that would come to be, but we're looking for a council member also.
Yes, yes. Anyone else would love to join this? Great. Anthony Saper, we got one. We got anyone from over here? What do you got?
So, sorry, so we're putting together a stakeholder group to be on the
Yes,
source
yes.
water protection.
I was going to have him describe it. Anyway. Source water protection. It sounds
We just
important.
we need
Saper. Alvarez. Oh, we just need one. Well, you got two. That's good. Don't make me choose. It's too late. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez, you have now been nominated by council to join the group. The group. Yes. We'll be in touch with all the fun, I don't know, activities planned. All right, all right. Any other updates? Oh, Dan, yes, yes.
Hey, at the last council meeting, you brought up that somebody wanted to know what the council's involvement in the emergency operations plan would be. In this memo, I've outlined a timeline that Luke and I have come up with on training, making sure that all of our department heads are up to date, and then training you on what your roles would be within that. I will tell you right now, there are two classes, there are IS 100 and 700, that all of you have to take. And so I will send you an email probably around the 1st of June or the middle of May, letting you know how you can get those. They're all online. And then we plan on having a tabletop sometime in July.
Can you see
At
it?
this
Mine
time.
should be done.
What's that?
Could you see, was mine done? Or is that?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't.
I'll check back through my email. That's been a minute.
I have not.
'Cause I did a lot of those right after I became
haven't
mayor, I
looked
believe.
through.
So,
I don't
yeah.
know whether Chief Hargis kept those files or.
Oh, got
if
it.
they
Okay,
were-
so that'd have to
if-
be some- okay,
If you
I'll
were
check, I'll
required
check.
to keep those files, but I am asking
Oh,
that you
then
guys
good luck
will send them to me
required.
when you get them done. That way, I will keep them. So that's my plan ahead of time. If you guys have any questions about it, feel free to email me or anything. All right?
Thank you for the update. Further updates, seeing none. With that, we'll go to city council comments, starting with Councilmember Smith.
All right. Yeah, nice short meeting tonight. Thank you for putting that together, that timeline on the emergency response stuff. It's really important stuff, and it's good to know. It is car wash season, and I was almost hit driving down Burlington as somebody tried to turn left into the car wash. This is a yearly thing. I know it's MoDOT, but if there's anything we can do to tell them to quit turning left at a non-left turn spot, I don't know who's, everybody's looking at Chief Freeman, but I don't know if it falls into his purview. If there's anything we can do, cones or whatever, to stop people from turning left where they shouldn't be stopped to turn, would be wonderful. I'll leave that there.
I got pulled over there.
Similar vein, I've heard from multiple people, just passing this along, speeding around the time of school, getting in and out, has been noticeably higher recently. I know school is about to be out for the season, so that's good. But if we could, watch that as people are heading down the avenues. Jim's Disposal has been slapping stickers on bins that violate recyclable stuff. Trouble is, those stickers are for Kansas City, Missouri, and they point to a URL that doesn't exist. They've also been citing people who didn't violate the recycling stuff with those stickers. A neighbor of mine, for example. So if we could check on that, maybe have a discussion, get that updated. Let's see, last thing, the ongoing saga of me setting up a community discussion on gun safety and violence prevention has taken its next step. We have a venue now that will be Chicken and Pickle, and I'm going to be speaking with the police department, bring some representatives for that. Don't have a date locked in, but it's coming. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Just thank you to everyone on staff for taking the time to go through the status update, the late night, but the file today. And also in Ward 3, we got the Yard of the Month program running again for May. So congrats to Brett and Amy on 25th Avenue for winning that.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yeah, it's late, so I won't go into a whole lot. I just want to say thank you for the resident comments. Also, thanks to the staff for all the work that they have done. I think also a reminder, the garage sale weekend is coming up May 18th. Yes, so coming up.
There you go. Thank you.
Soon.
Councilmember Clark. Oh, sorry. Was that it?
That is it.
There you go. Councilmember Clark. There we go.
Yeah, looking forward to the updates for Seminole Drive erosion. Thank you, Mike.
Boom, boom. Councilmember Todd.
Happy Municipal Clerks Week. We have the best here. And thanks to the city for continuing to pick up all of the debris. And I mean, there's one tree outside my house that if we have a small gust of wind, a large limb falls, and every single time it is picked up without me even calling. So, yeah, great job. My kid also enjoys watching it go through the shredder. So it's entertaining as well. Thanks.
They're a very quick group. Councilmember Saper.
You took my words from me. Kudos to Public Works. I mean, we had, if you didn't notice, wind and rain last night. There was relatively little damage throughout the city, I understand. But there was some, and the crews were out picking this stuff up early in the night and morning. And thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
I don't have any comments.
With that, and again, you barely notice because if you're not looking outside right after it happens, you miss Dwayne and crew and everyone else, great people through there. You turn around, look. I thought we had a big storm. Street looks perfect. So thank you as always to your crew. And again, thank you staff for putting together a very robust agenda and getting that all done. I know it was a heavy lift there. With that, we will move on to item number 32, consideration request to hold and recess in an executive session as requested by the city administrator to be held on this date on a contractual matter pursuant to Missouri Revised Statute 610-02112.
So moved.
Is Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Nope.
Councilmember Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Come on. No.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yep.
Councilmember Todd?
Yes.
Councilmember Saper?
Yes.
Councilmember McGrone?
Yes.
I can't veto this, can I? 33, consideration request and hold a recess to an executive session is requested by the city councilor to be held on this day on a potential litigation matter pursuant to Missouri Rise Statute 610-0211.
So moved.
Second.
I call the roll, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Fitzgerald? Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Todd? Councilmember Saper?
Yes.
Councilmember McGrone?
Yes.
I think the nose had it. With that, the live stream will cut off. No further public business. Votes taken tonight. Have a good night. Thank you. Bye.